All right, folks, we are live, and hopefully everyone here is excited to read tonight's transcript or listen to tonight's transcript. I just got that trigger graphic warning content or trigger graphic content warning up there just from the beginning because it's not nearly as bad as it was with direct examination, but there are some things. So I'm just going to cover it all from the top, and there we go. So there you go. But what's even more amazing is my fabulous panel. Missing one right now. Cherie will be here shortly. Tuesdays are a little more difficult for her because she has previous things that she's usually doing, but she said she'll be here eventually. So also tonight we have Kay back. So we'll start with Kay. Kay, you want to say your hellos?
Hey, welcome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I don't know how much. I didn't even look. How much more do we have of her testimony?
Well, the entire testimony from her was a little over it was about 260 pages, I think. We read the first part already. And then last week we read her entire testimony. And so I think we've got about 100. We've got quite a bit to read tonight. A lot.
And then Rocky is after that?
No, I cannot find Rocky. I need just thank you for bringing that up. So I'll mention it right now. My plan was to have Rocky's testimony on Thursday and then get back into our Thursday schedule. But I don't see where Rocky testified. So I'm not sure. I'll need you to help me with that, Kay, probably.
Well, maybe they thought he was too dumb to try to cover all this up.
Yeah, well, you know, he gets busted in some lies during direct.
Yeah.
So, you know, they might have just said, yeah, we'll do. But there are some other hearings that he's a part of, some in-camera hearings. So if you want to help me go through those, Kay, you know, when you get a chance.
I'll look that up while everyone else is saying hello.
Okay, perfect. All right, sounds great. Thanks, Kay. And Jack, how are you doing today? You'll probably need to unmute. There you go.
Yeah, you know, I'm doing a lot better since I've unmuted myself. God. Well, okay. not like we've never done that before. Yeah, I'm doing okay. We got that snow you sent us from a few days ago. I think we should share with. Yeah, I think we got, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 inches, whatever. Depends on kind of where you live here in Michigan. Yeah. So I think we should send some to Susan. I don't think she. Yeah.
No. Wow, that was quick.
We share. We share. Okay.
We do.
Okay.
We like to share.
Yeah. You wish so you could.
I do. I'd send you a little. Anyway, yeah, I'm doing good. And I just saw an announcement, and this is a little off topic, so please forgive me. But saw it on Twitter. I knew about it. I'd heard about it. A rumor. Well, I heard a rumor about it. I didn't know for positive, but it's more positive. It's announced today that Farak is releasing that updated version of the Wrecking Crew.
Oh, I saw that. That's exciting. That's really exciting.
Yes, it is.
Check that out. Stay on top of that.
Well, considering, you know, we interrupted doing the Farak's book to do the rebuttal for convicting a murderer, and now he's releasing an updated version. I mean, Jesus Christ, man.
Maybe the dogs chapter is 500 pages long now.
God.
I was just going to say, I think I at times kept getting lost too about, oh yeah, we're reading Farak's book because we spent so much time on the dogs. How many, 2 months or more? So,
We spent
so
we've done approximately 28 episodes on the dogs, the burn pit, and a lot of the surrounding. It wasn't just
not
that,
just the dogs.
but it was mainly that. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
as going through it, uh, you know, there were other things that were found out as things continued to progress that really weren't noticed before. They were there, but unless you go back and trying to connect these various spots with, basically these remains, Teresa's or whoever, these remains scattered all the way around the salvage yard. It wasn't just one spot. So that was another aspect of it as well. So the quarries and so forth. Anyway, excited to, you know what? You guys go ahead and say hello, and I'm going to look up when it may ought to be released, but I don't think it is.
Okay.
But I'm going to
Right.
find out, and I'll let you all know.
Perfect. I got Kay researching. I got Jack researching. Susan, how the heck are you?
I'm good, Rhonda. Thanks.
Good.
Had a
Good.
nice long nap. I'm ready to
Oh,
go.
good. You're ready to go. Oh, good. Yeah, you've got a few parts tonight, so some lengthy, what do they call those, sidebars and stuff like that. And then I think there's a little bit of redirect also after the cross. So
Okay.
so yeah, great, and thank you so much for helping us out again. I really,
You
really
bet.
appreciate it. All right.
No.
And Alice in Wrongful Conviction Land. How are you doing, Granny?
Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks. Not too bad. I think Jack is sharing the snow too much because we got a wee flurry here in Pennycook earlier. It wasn't much, but it's coming.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, we've had a few weather warnings coming up over the last couple of weeks that over the next couple of weeks we could end up with our first snow of the season. Well, we mean being out in Pennycook, which is 10 miles outside of the city centre of Edinburgh, we kind of get it first, sort of thing, because I'm right beside the hills. So when the hills cop it, I cop it. So yeah, we'll probably get it before anybody else gets it. So bloody freezing. So
It's time. Well, I think I mentioned on one of the Foul Play podcasts that we caught our first snow on Thanksgiving night. When I went to bed late that night around, well, it wasn't late, but it was late for me, 10 o'clock, around 10 or 10:30, we had about 3 inches of snow. By the time I left the house Friday morning, we had at least 4, if not more. And we still have snow on the ground because what happened was we got hit with the snow and then it froze. So it's still frozen to the ground, unfortunately. Perfect, Jack. That's awesome. We'll have to check it out for sure. I got a credit. Maybe there's an Audible credit for it that I can use. So yeah, perfect. Well, everybody be safe in your weather, no matter what it is, no matter where you are. So
I'm going to look right now, Rhonda, and see if there's an Audible version. I'll let you know.
okay, I've got about 12 credits I need to use on Audible.
Hey, Rhonda.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're on day 6 of the trial right now, but backing up to day 5, there was an in-camera hearing on page 1004. I don't know. I can't remember what that's about. And then witnesses for the state were Kim Davis, Ashley Zexer. She's the one who searched Shardayreon Hill. And then Shardayreon Hill took the stand. There's a stipulation. Court's exhibit number 4 is a stipulation that's identified on page 1189.
Okay.
So why is Kim Davis?
I said that I saw that same thing, and I thought, okay, if it's an in-camera hearing that's dealing with Shardayreon's case, why is Kim Davis involved? Because she had nothing to do with her case. So
Well, we need to
we're gonna
look at that and maybe back up if it has anything to do with Shardayreon and pick that up.
yeah,
Um,
that's
but
what I was.
go ahead.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, go
The-
ahead.
So the other witnesses for day 6, Shardayreon Hill, Richard Watkins, which was the ER doctor, is that right?
I believe
The
so.
ER, maybe not doctor, but
One of the staff.
yeah, whoever was dealt with Shardayreon at the hospital. James Lyles and
I believe
Latonya
also.
James.
Yeah, I believe Lyles was also part of hospital staff in one way, shape, or form. So what we'll do then is what we'll do is, because there is so much to her story and her testimony. What we'll do on Thursday, if everyone's available, even if you're not, I'm still going to pick us up on Thursday, because if I have to read all the parts in different voices, I will. I'm sure that I will be able to get some help, but I really think it's important enough in her case, even though he was found not guilty on her. I think there's just enough little nuggets that we're going to learn in this cross-examination. I think that all of these other testimonies are important. I think will be beneficial to hearing. So usually I don't go into all of the witness testimonies in the different accusers' cases, but I feel like this time it might be beneficial for us to do. And then of course we'll look at the in-camera hearing as well. I'll start doing that tonight. So we'll come back Thursday and we'll be doing, at the very least, we'll be doing the remaining witnesses in Shardayreon's case, because I think their testimonies are pretty important. Okay. Oh, dang it. So, all right. Cherie's not here. Is she here? She's not here quite yet. She'll be here in a little bit, though. Excuse me. Okay, so I just wanted to hang on a second.
When I'm the door.
You're the door.
Silent. When I'm the door.
You're the door.
Silent. When I'm the door.
You're the door.
Silent. I'm the door. I'm the door. I'm the door. I'm the door.
Oh my God, I can't make it stop.
You're the door.
Remove. Oh, I couldn't make it stop. Sorry. Jesus. Oh, I had to remove it from the stage, but I couldn't figure. I was like in a little panic at that moment.
A little preemptive strike there.
What was the other one she said last week? I'm
him.
I'm him.
I'm him.
Daniel. Yeah.
I'm him.
Okay.
I'm him. Like, what? Yeah. Oh, again, really quick before, just like a PSA. I know that we do a lot of laughing and joking and stuff about this stuff, and it's a very, very serious topic. Obviously, a man is in prison for 3 lifetimes over it. But sometimes some of it is just so ridiculous. It's hard to not laugh at number one. Number two, we have to have some, even if it's dark humor that others don't understand. It's kind of helps, or at least it helps me therapeutically to to be able to keep doing it, because it can get pretty rough. So, all right. So everybody's going to read tonight. Kay will read the witness, Shardayreon Hill. Jack finally gets his moment, and he's going to be reading Scott Adams' cross-examination. And I've been saying it for days and days now. I'm pretty impressed with Scott Adams' cross-examination in this testimony. I'm not going to, because what I was going to say is definitely inappropriate, but really impressed with what Scott Adams does in this. Then Susan's going to carry on with Lori McConnell's got a few lines, and Alice is going to read the part of our judge. And he pissed me off a little bit more in this cross-examination than he has in previous testimonies, but I'll let you guys all decide that. So we will start with, okay, is everybody got their own copy they're going to read, or are you guys going to all read off of the computer?
I have my own copy.
Mine.
Okay.
I have mine.
Okay. All right. Alice, do you want to read from the computer, or you have yours?
Are you muted,
you're gonna-
Alice?
I was going to say, if
Yeah,
you're
I'll
gonna
read from the
yeah.
screen.
Okay, perfect.
Yes,
All
I
right.
was muted, Susan.
We had this problem with you last time.
I know. Oh dear.
It's
Okay.
okay. Makes us fun. So, all right, go ahead.
All right. Ms. Hill, if you would like to retake the stand, let me remind you you're still under oath. And if you'd just pull that microphone right around in front of you. Cross-examination, Mr. Adams.
Ms. Hill, so we can get a visual picture of what you say transpired here, these events that you've talked about that you say happened at the hospital that would have been December the 20th of 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then you have another event that you said occurred at your residence or at your mother's residence that was in January of 2014. And I think that we've said anywhere from the 8th. If you can give me an ending date of when that could have occurred?
From when he came to say to me,
When he allegedly came over to your house. Yes, Officer Holtzclaw.
it could have been it could have been the next day. It could have been the next day. It was my memory's not as fresh as it was then to really actually say what day, because I was still kind of high when I left the hospital. So the time spans can seem long and they can seem short to me. I really can't say.
So it would have been either the 7th or the 8th of January of 2014. Are you saying that's when Officer Holtzclaw?
I would say between the 8th and the 13th.
If you let me finish my question, I'll let you finish your answer.
Okay.
Are you telling this jury that Officer Holtzclaw came to your residence in his private vehicle on January the 7th or 8th of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and to get a better picture of what transpired here, you would admit to the jury that you not talk to anyone. Let me start that again. You would admit to the jury that did you not talk to anyone from law enforcement about any of these events until September the 19th of 2014, correct?
Right.
And the officer that you talked to the very first time would have been this officer sitting here at this table, correct?
Yes, sir.
The detective in this case.
Yes.
And a lot happened in between that period of time, correct?
Yes.
In fact, under your version of events, what had happened on December the 20th of 2013 was that you were at Liberty Station Apartments at about 6 p.m. in the evening, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were sitting in a pickup truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the pickup truck was backed into a parking lot, into a parking space.
Yes, sir.
Are you agreeing with me?
Uh-huh.
All right, ma'am, you need to answer verbally.
Yes.
And it's backed into a parking space to give the jury a better sense for how Liberty Station is laid out. There's one way in and one way out, correct?
Correct.
And so it's confined, so when the police are coming, you can see them coming.
Yes.
Okay. And what you notice, the first thing you notice is that you noticed a couple of squad cars enter into the Liberty Station Apartments on December the 20th of 2013.
Right.
And you're sitting in this truck, and you're in the driver's side, and Janae, your cousin, is in the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, sir.
And these two squad cars, at least two, and you think it may be as many as three,
Right.
pull up in front of this pickup truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, this pickup truck that has been the subject of all this discussion back in December of 2013, who owns that pickup truck?
I'm not really sure who owns it. It was rented, or I was sitting in that truck. I don't know whose truck it was. Me and my cousin was just hanging out and sitting in some man's truck who, I guess he stayed in the apartments, but I don't really know him like that. We was just hanging out.
So, is it your testimony you don't live at Liberty Station Apartments?
No, sir.
So, is it just you can walk over to Liberty Station Apartments and just get into any vehicle you choose to get in?
No, the guy that we was with, he knew whose truck it was, but we didn't. We was just sitting in the truck.
So you were with another guy.
Right.
Well, this other guy, was he talked to by the police?
He ran because when he ran, the officer that arrested me, he asked me who was the guy that was just at the truck.
And you told the officer you didn't know who that other guy was.
No, because I didn't want to say who he was.
You didn't want to say who he was?
No.
But you wanted to be honest with that officer, didn't you?
Well, I just didn't want to tell on who I was talking to. He's not here anymore.
Well, you just testified on direct examination that you're not a liar, correct?
Right. I did say.
Well, when the officer, if you'll let me finish my question.
I'm sorry.
I'll let you finish your answer. The officer, when he approached the truck that you were sitting in, asked you, who is that guy that just took off, correct?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And your answer is, quote unquote, I don't know, correct?
Yes.
Because you really did know, didn't you?
I don't know him personally. I know his name, but I don't know. I didn't know him like that. I know his name, and he's just an associate. He's not just somebody. I see him from time to time, and he came and he was there with us just hanging out.
But he's the one that told you it'd be okay for you and Janae to sit in this pickup truck, correct?
Yeah.
Well, did he give you the keys to it?
They were already in there.
So the keys are already in this pickup truck that you were occupying on December the 20th of 2013 by an individual. You really do know his name, don't you?
His name is KG.
Is KG?
Yes, that's what I know him of.
What's his real name?
I'm not sure. That's just like a family member. We've been calling for so long their nickname. I've always called him KG when I see him. I don't know him personally. What the fuck?
KG is like a family member to you?
No, I'm saying I said that to say, and when you call someone their nickname for so long, that's what you know them as. You don't know their real name, especially by him not being a family member. I wasn't worried about what his real name was. I just know him. His name was KG.
Would it be a fair statement to say that you and KG and Janae were up to no good on December the 20th of 2013?
I wouldn't say up to no good. I would just say we were just hanging out.
Well, do you consider smoking PCP up to no good?
Well, I guess you could say yes.
Well, is it against the law?
Yes, it's against the law.
And you know that, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
So this individual, KG, is he buying some PCP from you at the time that the officers pulled up on December the 20th, 2013?
He was the dealer.
So KG was the dealer.
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
So you were actually purchasing PCP from KG.
Yes.
And Jonay was also purchasing PCP from KG.
Yes.
But you didn't want to tell the police his real name because you didn't want your dealer busted, correct?
Correct.
So after the officers pulled up and KG runs, you testify that he threw some PCP in your car in that truck. It's our, not yours, but in the truck.
He threw it. He threw it on me, yes.
He threw it. He threw it on you, correct?
Uh-huh, yes, sir.
Court?
Oh, again. Ma'am, you've got to answer verbally if you can remember.
Yes,
And
sir.
unmute your microphone.
Bloody hell!
Oh, my God.
And when you say he threw it on you, actually what he did was he took the vial of PCP, took the cap off, and poured the PCP on your body.
Yes.
And you knew because you have experience smoking PCP, don't you?
Yes.
You knew that PCP can make you high and get you extremely messed up by simply absorbing through your skin.
Uh-huh, yes.
Okay. So KG, after he dumps the PCP on your body, you had already started smoking PCP in that car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you and Janae were in there having a cigarette that was dipped or laced in PCP, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on the street, you call that water or wet, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the effect of that is that it gets you high, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
And it makes people hallucinate, does it not?
Different things for different people, yes or no.
But regardless of it being against the law, you decided to sit in the truck, and you don't know who owned it. Buy this from a guy named KG, correct?
Correct. McConnell.
Objection. Asked and answered, Your Honor.
All right, overruled. Go ahead.
Correct?
Correct.
So the officer doing their jobs, would you agree that that's what police officers are supposed to do, is stop illegal activity?
Right.
Okay. They approach the vehicle and tell you to exit, correct? They open the door.
Yes.
And you're in there with Jonay smoking PCP, and they can clearly smell it, correct?
Correct.
And the Officer Holtzclaw tells you to get out of the car.
Yes.
And you do that, correct?
Yes, he grabs me out of the car.
Okay. Is it your testimony here in front of this jury today that you had no other PCP in the car other than what KG had spilled on your person?
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
Is it your testimony here today in front of this jury that the only PCP that was found in that truck was the PCP that KG allegedly poured on your body?
Yes.
Okay, is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
You're agreeing with me.
Yes.
You certainly don't want this jury to believe that you're a PCP dealer, do you?
I mean, if I was, I would say it.
Because you're not a liar.
Right.
Okay. So after the Officer Holtzclaw tells you to or removes you from the vehicle, he asks if he can search you, does he not?
Yes, he does.
And you tell him, no, you can't.
Right.
So you know what he has to do. He puts you in the back of the seat of his car, does he not?
Yes, sir.
And the other officer is dealing with Jonet, your cousin.
Right.
And KG's long gone.
Right.
And also Holtzclaw at that point in time has to call in a female officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this point in time, you smoke PCP and you've had PC poured on your body, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're getting high.
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
The female officer eventually shows up and she actually conducts a search on you, doesn't she?
Yes.
And she takes you out of the squad car, but for her own safety, she cuffs you, doesn't she?
Yes, sir.
Officer Holtzclaw has not cuffed you.
Right.
And she takes you out of the car and you're still standing by Officer Holtzclaw's car, correct?
Yes.
I mean, his squad car. He's got one of those new squad cars that say police down the sides, lights, sirens, everything, correct?
Correct.
And you know that you're in trouble.
Yes. Well, I didn't think I was because I knew that at that moment I didn't think I would go to jail because I didn't know that I didn't think they would find anything.
Jesus Christ. Okay. So
What'd you
although
really-
you've been what's that?
What you really think, Darion?
Yeah. Okay. So although you've been smoking PCP in the car and you have it poured on your body, you are still under the opinion it's going to be okay. They're not going to find anything on me.
Because if they do, well, I'm not gonna lie. When he threw it in, I knew they were coming, and I tried to hide it because I didn't want them to find it. Well, she wasn't handcuffed. Why didn't she just take it off of her person and put it in the back seat of the car?
Right?
Because she was
Exactly.
high.
That's
Yeah,
exactly right.
She was
Okay.
cranked up and wasn't thinking about it. Didn't care. So, but I'm just going to talk about at the point in time that the female officer shows up to search you. You think everything's okay and you're not going to jail, right?
Right?
Because although you have it poured on you and you smoked it and you know it's illegal, you think everything's okay because you didn't think they were going to find the PCP.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Correct?
Right.
But the female officer, after placing you in cuffs, starts searching your body, correct?
Yes.
And does a thorough search, and she finds a vial of PCP on your body.
Yes, she does.
And when she finds that vial of PCP, do you change your thinking, now I'm going to jail?
I didn't think about it at that moment, but I'm sure I was. Yeah. Yeah, I did because then I tried to hide it.
Well, you sure did. Well, was the drugs affecting your thought process at that point, at all at that point in time?
I knew what was going on, but it wasn't like I wasn't thinking like what I was thinking at that moment is that she found it and I was trying to get rid of it at that moment right there.
But
Because I didn't want to go to jail for any drugs.
you're not a liar. You're an honest person, are you not?
You're right.
But you didn't tell her not only have I been smoking PCP and had it poured on me, but I've got some in my pants here. You didn't tell her that, did you?
No, I didn't because I didn't want to go to jail for drugs.
She found it anyway. And when she found it, she placed it on the back of the squad car, correct?
Correct.
And when she placed it on the back of the squad car and you're cuffed, you know, the game's up, don't you?
Yes.
And so you pretended that you were about to faint or pass out, and you started wobbling back and forth.
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
And again, you're trying to be honest with this cop, aren't you?
It wasn't about being honest at that point. I was just trying to protect myself and make sure I don't,
Jack,
at that point it wasn't about.
that's a
What
full-on
about me?
belly laugh.
Yeah, we don't want to be honest right now. We can just pick and choose. What a hypocrite. Anyway, all right, sorry, line 20. So
No,
is
it's
it your testimony under oath here today that it's okay to lie if you're trying to protect yourself?
No, it's not okay to lie.
Objection. That's a misstatement of her testimony, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Is that your testimony?
No.
So after she finds the vial and you pretend like you're about to pass out and you're wobbling back and forth, you actually can see that PCP vial on the back of that squad car, can't you?
Yes.
And you pretend or act like you're about to fall down and you lean and you fall over the squad car and you grab that vial of PCP with your mouth.
Yes.
And when you grab that vial of PCP with your mouth, you then sucked it into your mouth, correct?
Yes.
And to explain to the jury what the PCP vial is, it looks like a little test tube that's a glass test tube vial of liquid PCP, correct?
Correct.
And it has a cap on it.
Yes.
So it doesn't get spilled, correct?
Right.
And as you had it in your mouth, you crunched it down with your teeth and shattered it inside your mouth.
Yes, I did.
And this made the female officer mad.
Well, it probably did.
It made every officer on the scene mad, did it not?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, after that happened, they put me to the ground and told me to spit it out, and then they put me in an ambulance.
They had just witnessed you ingest a lethal substance, had they not?
Yes.
And the officers took you to the ground more than one, correct?
Yes, sir.
They took you to the ground. They were telling you, spit it out now, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were trying to get rid of the glass and everything out of your mouth, correct?
Yes.
But you would agree with me that you swallowed some PCP.
Yes.
Now, after that happened, EMSA's called, correct?
Yes.
And that's the ambulance service for here in Oklahoma City, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, your situation is dire, is it not?
My situation is what?
It's dire. You're not in very good condition right now after smoking PCP,
No,
having PCP.
Hang on just a second.
Let me finish my question. I'll let you finish your answer. You are in dire circumstances. Not only have you smoked PCP, you've had PCP poured on your skin or pores, and now you've ingested PCP, correct?
uh-huh. Yes, sir.
And these officers have witnessed that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they call EMSA to try and save your life, correct?
Right.
Now, prior to all these events happening, Officer Holtzclaw had tried to get your name from you, had he not?
Yes, sir.
Because he wanted to run a search on you to determine whether or not you had any wants or warrants on you, out on you, correct?
Yes.
And he asked you what your name was,
Yes, sir.
and you lied to him.
Yes, I did.
I thought you didn't lie.
Well, I mean, I didn't lie on no one else. I lied about my name.
When you say you don't lie on no one else, what do you mean by that?
Well, I didn't tell him that, I just lied about my name. I told him I told him my sister's name.
So you're willing to burn your sister down to the ground so you could get out of trouble?
Because at that point,
If you let me finish my question, I'll let you finish your answer.
okay, I'm sorry.
You just testified you didn't lie on no one else.
Uh-huh.
That you gave them your sister's name, correct?
Uh-huh. Yes.
And you had PCP on your body, you smoked it, and they found a vial that you had crushed in your mouth. You're willing to burn your own sister to the ground over this.
Well, no, I'm not. But at that time, I didn't think I was going to jail because I didn't think they were going to find anything.
But they already did, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, actually, while you were there, getting ready to be ambulanced over to the hospital, Officer Holtzclaw searching the truck that you just got out of, correct?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
He then finds 3 more vials of PCP in a container located in the trunk, correct?
Yes.
That was hidden or secreted, correct?
Correct.
That was your PCP.
No.
Well, was it Janae's PCP?
It could have been anybody's. It could have been whoever truck that was, or it would have been, I don't know where it came from.
Help the jury out. Whose truck was that?
I'm not sure whose the truck was. Me, her, we done dumb things like we'll do that, not thinking whose car. It could have been a stolen truck. We wouldn't have known, but we did sit in that truck just to do something real quick. That's what it was. I lied about my name because I was scared. I didn't want to go to jail for drugs. I do think about my future, and at that moment that I told him who my name was, I didn't think I was going down for drugs. So in the hospital, when he was talking to me, I ended up telling him when he felt like I could trust him. I was like, I'm Shardayreon Hill. I did end up, that was part of the conversation in the hospital. Never heard this shit before, have we?
Nope.
Nope.
I do remember telling him my name is Shardayreon Hill because at that point he had got my trust, so I told him. But I didn't lie on no one else. I did lie about my name because I didn't want to go to jail, but and I know it's all lying, it is, but at the same time, what he did doesn't have nothing to do with why I lied. I didn't know he was going to do that to me, like I came forward because I felt like he's wrong. He's wrong.
Judge, I would just...
All right.
We're not perfect.
Ask another question.
We're not perfect.
Hang on, Miss Hill. He's asking another question.
You want the jury to believe everything you just said, don't you?
I mean, if they have a heart, they would.
Oh,
They would. They would. Well, well, did you have a heart whenever you gave your sister's name up as being a PCP dealer here?
I wouldn't let her go down for that.
Objection. Argumentative and asked and answered, Judge.
Overruled.
I wouldn't have let her went down for that. I would if it would have had to take for me to come down here and tell them that was mine. That was mine because I would own up to it. But at the moment that I told him my name, I didn't think I was going to jail.
If you're going to own up to it, why don't you just own up to him and just tell Officer Holtzclaw, my name is Shardayreon Hill. Here's my date of birth, and
I did tell him that once I got to the hospital.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I did tell him that when I got to the hospital. When I felt like I gained his trust, I did.
Well, in any event, you're en route to the hospital. You're in such bad shape that the ambulance driver doesn't think you're going to make it, does he?
Right. He doesn't think I'm going to make it, and that,
He thinks that you've just killed yourself.
right?
Are you agreeing with me?
They're thinking that I might die.
They're thinking you're going to die.
Right.
And they rush you to the hospital. And on the way to the hospital, also Holtzclaw's not in this ambulance, is he?
No.
And on the way to the hospital, the ambulance radios ahead and tells Southwest Medical what's going on with you, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that the ambulance drivers in this case have also made reports, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Southwest Medical Center, after doing all this PCP we've talked about, they say we've got to decontaminate you, correct?
Correct.
They have approximately 10 staff members from Southwest Medical greeting you as you arrive there in the ambulance, right?
Right.
Hold on a second. Sorry.
Okay.
Hey, baby, what are you doing in here?
Aw.
No, not much. I just want to be in here.
Yeah, she walked up to my bed.
I just
Is it
wanna
time for you
be
to go
with
now?
you, Papa.
Aw.
Hold on. I got to mute a second.
That's okay. So while Jack's muted, we'll just take a brief moment to talk about how she's not a fucking liar. She doesn't lie. Well, that's not lying. I just. Oh, she's wacky.
Once he got my trust.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think what the in-camera hearing must have been about was if this PCP vial thing could come in.
Huh.
You think?
Okay.
Why
Yeah,
why
could
would
be.
it not be able to?
Well, and the first segment of testimony, Giger was trying to keep it out.
Yeah, I recall.
Remember?
Well,
Yes,
they
yes,
didn't
yes.
mention it. Yeah.
And Adams was saying the PCP vial, you're trying to keep that out?
Yeah. Yeah. Are you kidding me? That's like a huge part of this.
Yeah, we're not going to
No.
talk about that, right?
Sorry about that, guys.
Oh,
Yeah, I
that's
mean, I've got.
okay.
Well, I mean, there's a gate that comes down here. She's getting pretty freaking smart this, so I guess she figured out a way, and she walked right up to me and was like, she's not quite talking yet, but she'll reach out to me and
Aw.
whatever. Yeah, she's a sweetie. Anyway,
You have to
All right.
to take all those moments when you get them. Don't worry about
Ab-
this.
absolutely. Yep. Oh, okay. So where the hell was I at? Line 6?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here we go. It's a rather dire situation, correct?
It's a rather dire,
It is an extremely serious in regards to your health.
right.
They take you out of into what we call a shower area, and there's a curtain. Is there not?
Not that I remember. There probably is a curtain, but I don't believe it was closed because it was multiple people around.
You certainly don't blame the hospital staff in an attempt to save your life from them removing your clothes and decontaminating you, do you?
Do I blame them?
Do you blame them in any way, shape, or form for making you get naked while they spray you down and decontaminate you?
No, I don't blame them. At that point, I didn't blame no one.
They were trying to save your life, weren't they?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
But you made an issue about whether or not Officer Holtzclaw actually witnessed any of this. Do you recall that?
He told me he witnessed it.
Oh, Officer Holtzclaw told you he witnessed you being decontaminated?
This is new too.
Yes.
Yes, he
I
did.
thought so.
Yes, he told me in one of our conversations over the phone,
Ah.
the 2 10-second conversations, he told her that. You dumb shit. I think matter of fact, it was in the car. What?
Okay.
He said he's seen my
the
whole
car?
body. And then as he said that, I remembered seeing him standing there just looking.
Oh, for fuck's
Okay.
sake.
Horrible person.
Okay. You were high on PCP. Were there a lot of people looking at you as they were scrubbing you down and trying to get the narcotic?
They didn't scrub me.
If you'll let me finish my question, I'm going to let you
Okay.
finish you finish your answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was there a lot of people looking at you as you were standing there naked, being scrubbed down and decontaminated from this narcotic?
There was a few nurses standing there as well, and they just had the shower, and they didn't touch me. They just got my hair wet, and just rinsed me off.
Understand that there's a reason they're making you get naked and spraying you up. It's because they're trying to get the drugs off your body.
Yes, sir.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Then it's your testimony after this event happens that you're taken to a recovery room right outside of the nurse's station, correct?
Correct.
And that's where they hook you up to monitors, heart monitors, and all the things of that nature, oxygen levels, little things like that, correct?
No, in this room, they didn't put me on that. I was already on that in the ambulance. After I got out of the shower, they never put that back on me. They put that on me when I got to the second room.
So in the first room, when you had no heart monitors and you had no oxygen level monitors or any monitors hooked up, Officer Holtzclaw was a perfect gentleman.
I mean, he was a police officer doing his job at that moment, how I seen it.
Well, you understand that you're in custody at that point, correct?
Right.
And the clue would be that you're actually cuffed to the bed, correct?
Right.
So you knew you weren't going anywhere.
Well, in that first room, I'm really not sure if I was still hooked up to the bed or not. I know they gave me a drink to drink. And at that moment, I was just trying to drink it because I wanted to come down. But, and everything that was going on, it wasn't making me hallucinate or delusional and all of that. It just made me feel good. And I just it didn't make, it was just, it wasn't doing nothing affected me in a bad way to make me think something that was going on or nothing like that. I mean, like my vision wasn't blurry and it was like it made me like I knew what was going on, but like I was just calm. It made me calm.
So you were...
I knew what was going on, but I wasn't...
Your Honor, I'd ask that she be responsive to the question.
Go ahead and ask the question.
So what you're trying to tell this jury is while the hospital is trying to save your life from an overdose of PCP, you're aware of your surroundings?
Right, I know I'm at the hospital.
Okay. What I didn't hear you talk about during your direct examination is during your stay at the Southwest Medical Center, Officer Holtzclaw has to leave you and go chase down a running prisoner from some other police officer there. You recall that ever happening?
No.
Because you've never testified to that before, have you?
No.
Are you aware of the fact that during your detention there at Southwest Medical Center, Officer Holtzclaw was in a foot pursuit with some individual who was running from the hospital, who was in custody by another officer?
That's what happened?
Yes.
No.
You don't recall anything like that ever happening?
No.
Because under your version of events, he's with you from the get-go, from the minute you arrived at the hospital till he takes you to jail, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in any event, in this first room where you're seated. There's no monitors attached. They give you something to drink, correct?
Yes.
And that something to drink is to try and counteract the PCP in your body in trying to save your life, correct?
Correct.
After they do, however long that takes, they take you to a different room, correct?
Correct.
And this different room isn't a room that Officer Holtzclaw had anything to do with. He didn't say, hey, can we take this lady and move her down here to a different room?
No, he was in that room with me. He was sitting in that room too. He sat on the left side of me at the desk, and he had a file he was looking at. He was looking at it like
I'm sorry.
he was looking at it like this.
A vial of PCP?
Yes, he did.
This is new, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
So he had the vial of PCP that came out of the truck?
Yeah.
We already know that you ate the other one, correct?
Yeah, but
So the only vial that he could possibly have are the vials that he retrieved out of the pickup, correct?
yeah.
So you're in this first room. He's checking out or looking at the PCP vial.
Yes, sir.
But again, at some point, you're moved to a different room that has nothing to do with Officer Holtzclaw requesting you be moved there. The hospital moves you there, correct?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
It's in the second room that you're talking about that all this inappropriate activity allegedly happened, correct?
Correct.
And under your version of events, at first, he appeared to be looking at you, correct?
He appeared to look at me when?
I'm talking about the second hospital room that you were in.
Yes.
When you're hooked up to all the monitors. You would agree with me that at this point in time, you're hooked up to the monitors at Southwest Medical.
Right.
Heart rate, all sorts of stuff, correct?
Right.
They're keeping an eye on you at the nurse's station to make sure you don't die.
Right.
And you stated that while you're in the second room, that Officer Holtzclaw keeps looking over at you, correct?
Correct.
And he tells you on at least 3 occasions that either your boobs or your titties are showing, correct?
Correct.
And you felt like at the time that he might have kind of been hitting on you.
No, at first I didn't, but after he said it so many times, because I'm thinking, if he know my condition, he know I'm not trying to show it to him purposely. He know that I'm kind of like,
Judge, I just ask that she be responsive to the question.
Well, go ahead and finish your answer and then ask another question.
okay, he know I'm not trying to show myself to him. He knows that he know why I'm in there. I'm not trying to be provocative or anything. So by him keep letting me know this is, and I'm thinking to myself, I am.
All right. Go ahead and ask another question.
Okay, the truth of the matter, he's an officer in full uniform, correct?
Right?
He's back in a room with you, his prisoner, correct?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
You're hooked up to all these life-saving monitors, correct?
Correct.
And he's telling you might want to pull up your gown. It can make him feel a little uncomfortable too, could it not?
If he wouldn't have touched me, I could have looked at it that way.
Okay. Well, under your version of events, after he allegedly touched you, he allows you to go to the restroom on at least 2 different occasions, correct?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And the restroom is not located in the second room with all the monitors, correct?
Correct.
And he lets you go to the restroom where you walk right in front of the nurse's station, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever slip them a note or say, hey, this guy, in here is molesting me or anything to that effect?
Well, because no, I didn't.
It's a yes or no answer.
No, I didn't. No.
And, Your Honor, I would just ask the witness be instructed to answer the question.
All right, just answer the questions.
Okay.
You did not pass a note or say anything to anyone in the hospital about this alleged molesting that Officer Holtzclaw is doing to you in this second room, correct?
Objection. Asked and answered. She said no.
You did not,
Overruled.
correct? Sorry.
Overruled.
You did not, correct?
No, because the first few times that he did that, I didn't think that he was. That's what he was trying to do, and I wasn't trying to believe that. So at that moment that I was going to the restroom, I didn't have it in my head that he was trying to come on to me.
Just a second. I got to mute a second.
It's okay.
But he cupped your breast while he's pulling up your gown.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I didn't think he was trying to come on to me, be all. I wasn't trying to be all provocative and shit.
She's got a high opinion of herself, doesn't she? He's trying to come on to me. He's just looking at me. He's just wants to get me. Oh gosh, it's gross. Ugh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. We've seen, if you go into Shardayreon Hill's room in Rhonda's Discord, Daniel's Truth, you'll see all of the arrests that she has. What was it? Like 14, 12 or
a
16,
lot.
something like that. It's
Quite
crazy.
lengthy. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
quite lengthy.
And I think she testifies at some point that she might have spent a few nights in the Oklahoma County jail. Probably
Yeah.
not much more than that or something like that. Huh.
Yeah. Yeah. Quite the liar.
Okay.
Quite the liar who doesn't lie.
Right.
Liar.
All right. Line one.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. That didn't come till later.
Right. He didn't touch it till like after.
You didn't think that it was a little odd that an Oklahoma City police officer would be cuffing your breast?
Yes, I knew it was odd.
Okay. Well, in any
Line 7.
Oh, wait, that's me.
Yep.
That was me. Sorry, I thought we lost Jack, and then I saw my screen spit. Do we need to back up or?
Nope.
No, I'll say
Line
line 6. I'll say line 6 again, and then you can do it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, in any
believe it.
In any event, after you went to the restroom on a couple of occasions, and you've admitted you told no one at the hospital about any of these activities, correct?
Yes.
You would also agree with me that when these alleged touchings happened, you were startled?
Right.
But certainly not startled enough to set off any of the alarm bells at the nurse's station, correct?
Well, because he knew to tell me to lay back and don't do too much moving. That's what he made sure he was telling me. He says, lay back, because if your heart, I don't know how that works. I only know what he told me. And only y'all would know if that's how it go, if that's true. I didn't know because I kept coming up. So if I'd have knew, if I was trying to do something knowing that this is said, I wouldn't be doing that. But he kept telling me to sit back so that the heart monitor wouldn't go off, because he knew that if the heart monitor go off, then they would come in to check on me. But him knowing that if I lay back and they see that everything's fine, they wouldn't come to check on me. And that's what he was trying to make sure of.
Okay.
Wow.
God. Just God almighty. If I was a juror. Ah, dear God. Okay. Because you knew that you were hooked up to these heart monitors and stuff, correct?
Yes, but
And Officer Holtzclaw, under your scenario of events, and what you want this jury to believe, is that he's coaching you on how to beat the machine.
right.
Yeah, he's telling you to calm down,
Yes.
lay back.
Yes.
Do not let those heart monitors go off, because if you do, somebody's going to come in this room and see what I'm doing, right?
Yes, and at the moment that he's telling me this, he's saying it in a way that he's trying to get me to gain his trust. He's making me feel like he's telling me the right thing to do.
So while you're high on PCP in the hospital, what you're saying, he's grooming you, correct?
Right, correct.
He's grooming you so he can sexually assault you in the hospital is what you want this jury to believe.
Right.
Okay. In any event, these touchings that allegedly happened of your breast, your heart monitor does not go off, nor did any of the other alarms, correct?
No, sir, because no one ever came to check on me.
Okay. Then it's your testimony that Officer Holtzclaw, while you're back in the second room after making some other small talk, decides it's a good time for him to remove his service belt, correct?
Correct.
And his service belt is that belt that we see the police officers going around with, has their gun, their magazines, their flashlights, their whips, and everything else, handcuffs, everything else, correct?
Whips?
Correct.
Wait, time out. What whips? What does that mean, whips?
I think that's the little extendable thing. It turns into like a skinny thing at the end, and they can whip it. Not like a
Oh.
not like a cowboy whip.
Okay. I mean, I don't know the other kind. Okay, all right, thank you. Sorry. Carry
Yeah,
on.
it's like a stick that it extends, pulls out like an
Okay.
antenna, but you can like swing it, and it's flexible.
Yeah.
I was at the Go ahead.
If you watch any videos of police officers in the UK, Rhonda, that's what they use, and they just they take it off their belt, and it looks tiny to begin with, and then all they do is they shake their hand, and
Yeah.
it extends to about maybe a 3 to 4 meter pole, or batten, or whatever you want to call it, and they can hit you with it,
Oh,
If you need
so
a
yeah, I
spanking.
didn't know it was called the whip. I don't know if that's what they call it here.
all right. So they just whip it out and go to town. Okay.
That's
Sounds-
right.
Sounds like a light.
Yeah.
Sounds like a lightsaber.
Well, sorta.
Okay.
All right,
Sorry,
line-
I didn't know what that meant. So
Oh no, you're fine. All right, line 9. And again, the door's not locked. We know that, correct?
Correct.
9.
19.
I'm sorry, 19. My bad. Yeah. It could have even been partially open, correct?
It was closed.
It was closed. But it's your testimony that no one ever came in and checked on you in the second room, correct?
Correct.
They were just leaving it up to the Officer Holtzclaw for your medical needs.
Correct.
And so he decides to take off his service belt under your version of events and lay it down on a chair, correct?
Yes, correct.
And at that point in time, it's your testimony that he exposes his penis, which is erect,
Correct.
and he inserts it in your mouth.
Correct.
And while he's doing this, he's telling you again on how to beat the machine.
Right.
And he's telling you to be calm, lay down, whatever. Don't let those alarms go off.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
And you somehow, under your version of events, manage for that to happen.
Right.
you subconsciously were able to control your heart rate.
Objection.
I was in control.
Hang on, hang on.
I moved to sit back like he was telling me.
Hang on, hang on.
Just like this.
Man, if I say hang on, that means stop talking.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Uh-huh.
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
She already did. I'm not laying all the way down. I'm laying to where when stands up, he's right here. So, I don't have to really just do too much, for the heart monitor to go off, but I wasn't doing too much, and he knew to make sure of that, and that's not I just did what he said because I had in my head I didn't want to go down. I want to trust him that my charges are going to be dropped in a month like he's telling me. He said, give it a month, we can cooperate, everything be gone. And that's what stuck in my head. I didn't want to go down for drugs. Oh, she didn't want to go down for drugs. I didn't know what she meant when she said I didn't want to go down.
Yeah, I was questioning that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I
It's in my head,
kept
Didn't
yeah,
have to
well,
do
you
that.
know, because I was going to say, well, you did anyway, but
Yeah.
anyway.
Under
but
her version of events. Yeah.
Yeah, I am loving Adams at this point. I really am. He's holding her feet to the fire. Is that yes or no?
Big time.
Yeah, and
He
does really good.
He's not letting her really get away with anything.
No, he's really not compared to some other testimony we've heard. But I like this Justine J. It's a serious question, but it made me laugh. Why didn't any of these women just bite down on him? He would have been caught red-handed. Yeah, no kidding.
Absolutely.
Sure. Well, probably because none of it happened.
It's
So-
probably because they never had his dick in their mouth. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's
Yep.
exactly it. Okay.
Okay. Line 23. With all that in your head, everything you just told us, the question is very simple. You were subconsciously able to control your heart rate and everything else so that no alarms went off at the nurse's station, correct?
correct.
Okay. Now, after that event happened, it's your testimony that after some more small talk, also Holtzclaw, without warning, this time decides it would be a good idea to put his fingers into your vagina, correct?
Correct.
And that startled you.
Yes.
But it startled you, but then again, you kept all these other things going off in your mind, and you were able to somehow control your heart rate and everything else that's hooked up to you so that the alarms do not go off at the nurse's station, correct?
Every time that he knew that it was going to be going up, he told me to stay back. But when he did that, I was already laying down. I wasn't doing no moving or nothing.
So he took a big risk at that time by not pre-warning you, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you want this jury to believe.
Correct.
So
And
hold
in
a
any
second,
event,
Jack. Just
Yep.
1 second. This is going to be
Yep.
quick. So we're listening to this and we're all going, yeah, he's being a sarcastic dickhole, right? Because he's just being sarcastic with her. And she's like,
Sure.
yeah, correct. Yep. She's like, yep, that's right. Correct. Just making me laugh because he's like, he's saying those things, but in his mind, rolling his eyes. But she's like, yep, that's exactly what happened.
you can bet Giger and McConnell are just got their head buried. They have to be. I mean, it's like
They have to.
they're trying to, will themselves on her, their conscience on her, like, shut up, stop
Shut
talking.
the fuck up.
Right. Quit talking. You're just digging. Go ahead,
Judge Henderson sustained not one single objection of
No.
Lori
No.
at Ozzy.
No, no,
Asked
not
and
one.
answered. Yeah.
Overruled.
Overrule, yeah, a lot of overrule, but he does get a little shitty in the redirect or the redirect. But anyway, it's fine.
Overruled.
Oh, that was weird.
Wasn't it?
Scared me.
Did you like that?
Jack, what did you do?
Did it make your
Did
heart monitor go up?
rate go up when he scared you?
Yes.
Yeah. All the nurses coming in? All right.
I was just
Like-
walking by, sticking 2 fingers up you.
Yeah.
Just on my way
Controlling the-
by. Just bam.
Control that heart monitor too. Heart rate didn't go up or
Yeah.
anything.
It's
Okay.
just so ridiculous. You have to comment and laugh about it. Sorry, guys.
It is so ridiculous, this story. And she just keeps adding to it. So let's continue some more. Line 24. In any event, the heart rate monitor, nothing goes off, and that's the end of any of the sexual allegations that you make against Officer Holtzclaw on December the 20th of 2013, correct?
I'm sorry. Say that again, please.
That is, your heart rate monitor does not go off when he allegedly puts his fingers in your vagina, correct?
Correct.
Nor did any of the other alarms go off that you have hooked up to your body, correct?
Correct. I believe when he's seen them getting ready to.
Your Honor,
All right, just answer the question.
Okay, correct.
if somebody needs
If
to follow up... Oh, I'm sorry.
If somebody needs to follow up, they'll be able to do that.
Okay.
Then it's your testimony. Officer Holtzclaw transports you to the Oklahoma County Jail, correct?
Correct.
And when he transports you down to the Oklahoma County Jail, it's your testimony that he told you he had to because he had run your name, correct?
Correct.
But we've already established he didn't run your name. He ran your sister's name, didn't he?
Well, that's what I was thinking. So then I thought he probably knew from that gate that I lied about my name.
Would it surprise you at all that we have all the documents in this case and your arrest, and the CIU unit is who we get the warrants and wants from here in Oklahoma City? Are you aware of that?
No.
Do you know of an officer having to call in and check people for wants and warrants? Have you ever seen that happen?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that on this day, on December the 20th of 2013, Officer Holtzclaw never ran your name. He ran your sister's name.
Okay. So if he ran my sister's name, I would have been booked in the county jail under her name, right?
Where are you?
No.
Okay. Because what happens is he runs your sister's name, and she has no warrants, does she?
No.
You did have some warrants, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. You had some warrants out for your arrest as of December the 20th, 2013.
Correct.
And when you get to the county jail, they book you in, don't they?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that you're interviewed by a nurse. She takes your blood pressure and sees if you're doing okay.
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
And during that conversation, she asks you whether or not you've been sexually assaulted
Right?
in the last 24 hours.
Right.
Under your version of events, you certainly had, correct?
Correct.
But you tell that nurse no.
Yes, because he's standing there and he's looking at me.
All right, just answer the question, ma'am.
Because you say Officer Holtzclaw was standing behind the nurse.
Yes.
And he has something open. And when you say no, he closes the book.
Right.
He then supposedly comes around to you as you're seated and being ready to be processed through the jail, and being processed through the jail that consists of them taking your photograph, correct?
At this point, when I'm standing at the nurse's station at the county, I'm standing there and he comes out of the door right there and he grabs me and he pulls me over here to where they're talking to where they're taking me out of the jail at the benches.
Judge, I just asked that the witness be instructed to answer the question.
Well, if you know the answer to the question, you can answer it. If you don't know the answer, you can answer, I don't know.
Did you have your picture taken by the Oklahoma County jail staff on December 20th of 2013?
Yes, after I was questioned and everything.
Did you also have your fingerprints taken?
Yes, sir.
And you were booked into jail?
Yes, sir.
And you were booked into jail on what?
Possession.
On possession or possession with intent?
Possession. It was possession first, and then there was another charge, destroying property or destroying evidence.
You were booked in on 2 charges: possession of a controlled dangerous subject, example, the PCP, correct?
Correct.
And the destruction of evidence, eating the PCP vial, correct?
Correct.
That's what Officer Holtzclaw saw you do, and that's why you were under arrest the whole time at the hospital and everything else, correct?
Correct.
And he booked you in on those charges, correct?
Correct.
And it's your testimony whenever he came up to you that he said to you, "I've got your bond real fucking cheap."
I made your bond super fucking cheap.
And super fucking cheap, tell the jury what that means to you. Oh,
I
God.
thought when he said that, I just felt like, okay, well, it's not going to be that much to get out, because he told me he hid my tickets for me, and he did, because I had $4,000 worth of tickets. I would have been in there extra long if I would have had to deal with that. And that he did that to try to make me believe that everything else that he said I could trust. He did that for me to believe that in a month's time that my charges was going to be dismissed. That was his way of trying to show me, like, I got you, basically.
Okay, so it's your testimony that he told you that your bond is super fucking cheap, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you would agree with me that on December the 20th of 2013, you had no job, correct?
I had no job.
And the super fucking cheap bond that was set, how much was it?
It was $5,000, which would be $500 to get out.
And is that super fucking cheap to you?
I mean, it's not thousands.
So did you have to come up with 500 then?
My mom came up with it.
Well, in the time that you were in the county jail, I think you testified that you were in there for 5 days.
I was, and I got bonded out on it. But what kept me in there is that I had a city ticket where you go to court here at this courtroom, because I got pulled over at OU police.
Judge, I just asked that she be responsive to the question.
All right, just answer the questions. If somebody needs to follow up, the state will be able to do that.
Did you pay the 500
Yes, sir, I did.
without a job?
Well, my mother did, I should say.
But while you were in jail, it was learned that your real name and that you had city warrants, correct?
No, they didn't have my city warrants because he hid them.
You deny the fact that anyone at the Oklahoma County Jail found that you had city warrants.
I wasn't in there on city warrants.
Okay, I'm not. You were in there on possession of PCP
Right.
and on destruction of PCP, correct?
Correct.
But then is it your testimony here today that at no time in those 5 days that you were in jail that they attached the municipal warrants that you had out for your arrest?
No, they wasn't on me. That wasn't what I was in there for.
In fact, those municipal warrants are still out there as we speak today.
Right, correct. The same ones.
As we speak today, And as you're testifying here today,
Uh-huh.
you have 7 arrest warrants out for your arrest, correct?
Correct.
And you've done absolutely nothing whatsoever since you were released from jail on the PCP charges to do anything about those arrest warrants, have you?
No, sir, I haven't.
Is it because the DA's office or someone is looking at the other way and letting you run around Oklahoma City with active warrants?
I just haven't went to go handle business like I should have and need to.
Well, could it be that in your time, in your contact with law enforcement, you've been giving them so many different names, it's hard for them to determine who you are?
Well, once they fingerprint you, that lets them know who you are. So if I'd have went up around Shardayreon's name and they fingerprinted me, it would have told them who I was.
And you knew that.
Yes, but I knew that when I was in the hospital that I told him my real name. So I knew I was going to end up under my name because I wasn't going to get when he told me, because I asked him, I said, "Am I going to jail?" Because in that it wasn't clicking to me that I'm going to jail. I'm thinking, I'm just in the hospital and I'm supposed to go. But then he informed me everything that they found and all this. So then I knew I was going. So when he was talking to me before, he even told me that I told him, and I'm really Shardayreon Hill, because he was asking me, "Are you Shardayreon?" And then I felt like I could trust him. He was being so cool with me. What, jamming his fingers up your vagina?
Yeah. Doing some cupping.
His penis in your mouth.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What a cool cup.
And then I felt like I could trust him. He was being so cool with me that I went ahead and told him my real name.
He was being professional to you, wasn't he?
I guess you could say.
Well, the truth of the matter is that you want this jury to believe that you're not a liar and like you testified, correct?
Correct.
Well, the truth is that you have, at least from what we can tell from looking at law enforcement records, that you have 7 different AKAs, right?
Correct.
Do you know what an AKA is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's like better known as, or
It's also known as, other words, it's a fake name.
right.
So on 7 different occasions, when you've been approached by law enforcement, you have at least given 7 fake names to police officers, correct?
Well, yes, I have.
Okay. And again, in this honesty thing you're dealing with, you've also given several different social security numbers, have you not?
I have.
But you think that's being truthful and honest.
Well, it's different situations.
That lie doesn't count?
It does count, but that's minor to me. This is something serious. And I'm not just to make up nothing on this man, just right along with the other people. I'm not perfect. I've been through a lot in my life. I've been around drugs. I've been around my family members that is involved in gangs and everything, but I can't help what I've been brought up in. But me today, I try to change every day. I try to become a better parent, a better person. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. I've lied about my name several times to police, and like I was telling the DAs, I want to change who I am, for the better. And it's not that never that I was a bad person. It's just that the environment that I grew up in, I thought that was cool at the moment. But as I'm getting older, I'm growing. I'm seeing that that's not what I want for myself.
Judge, I'd ask,
How old is she right here? 20?
24, isn't she?
24?
24?
Yeah, 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want a better life for my son
All right. Ask another question.
and myself, but
Ma'am, he's going to ask you another question. So shut
Oh.
your pie hole.
okay.
Oh dear. You want the jury to believe all that, don't you?
Yes. Oh,
And
here
how
we
old
go.
how old are you?
I'm 24. Jesus, this is how it always happens.
Yeah. So at
know.
24 years of age, you've had enough contacts with the law enforcement agencies to give them 7 fake names, correct?
Correct.
You've also had enough contact with them to at least give them 3 separate different false social security numbers, correct?
Yes.
And the way that all this is really played out, if you look at a calendar of all this, is in January of 2013, before you ever met Officer Holtzclaw, you decided it was a good idea to go down to Cleveland County and be a part of an organized theft crime ring, correct?
Correct.
And you go down there to Cleveland County.
Objection. May we approach, Your Honor?
Come on up.
This is conviction, Judge.
I don't think that he gets to get under the underlying facts of it. If he wants to say, does she have a conviction for that? If it's a crime of moral turpitude or dishonesty as to what it's for. But I don't think he gets to get under the surrounding facts.
All right. Sustained.
She
Okay.
finally got one.
Yep, she
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, are you sustaining that I can't get into her prior felony convictions?
No, I'm sustaining that you can't get into the particular facts.
Okay, I agree with that. And so when you went down to Norman, Oklahoma as part of this organized crime theft ring,
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh my God.
you got charged down in Cleveland County for grand larceny, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And that's stealing a whole bunch of stuff to make it a felony, is it not?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Tell the jury what a grand larceny is.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Come on up.
Oh my
Judge,
God.
she clearly has her character at issue. She said on direct examination, and I quote, "I'm not a liar." And certainly a conviction for theft is grand larceny. I'm assuming the jury probably doesn't know what that legal term is. They need to understand that it's for stealing stuff. And that's what I want her to admit. And I'm clearly entitled to get that in cross-examination.
Well, I'll let you ask a leading question on grand larceny. What it means a conviction is the date of the conviction and those other 2609 that it's allowed but not into the particular facts.
Okay.
And Judge, just to make sure I understand your ruling, because I might have argument. You're not allowing him to get into what the legal definition of grand larceny is?
Well, I'll allow him to say grand larceny means larceny over whatever the amount is, $500.
Because
If that's the definition, if that's what grand larceny is.
It used to be.
I don't either, Your Honor. But pursuant to Dyke versus State, 716, page 2693, impeachment based on prior conviction is limited to the name of the crime, place of conviction, and sentence imposed. I don't think that he gets to get into any type of legal definition just because it's grand larceny.
And I'm not sure. Sometimes I see a judgment and sentence that says grand larceny over 500.
This was $4,000 worth.
Do you know what the conviction is for? Specifically what it says?
Well, I know that they wouldn't allege a specific monetary amount like 4,000 is supposed to say. I agree that the judgment and sentence might say over 500 to conform to statutory requirements, but whether it's 4,000 or 3,000 or 2,900.
Well, let's somebody have something they can say what the conviction is for.
Well, Judge, this is very important. She's the one that said on direct examination she's not a liar. And I'm clearly trying to show to this jury that she just is that.
I understand.
And I'm entitled to I'm not going to get into the particulars, but grand larceny is theft. It's stealing. That's what it is. And I want her to admit that.
And I still don't think that he's.
And this is, I can get in, okay, I can tell you exactly what it was. She decides that it'd be a good idea to go down to the mall and boost a whole bunch of, there are several of them.
Okay, what's the conviction for?
In excess of $500.
Okay, you can ask, but you can't get into the...
Okay. So this charge that happens prior to you even knowing Officer Holtzclaw is down in Norman, Oklahoma, correct?
I'm sorry?
Cleveland County is in Norman, Oklahoma. It's the Cleveland County Courthouse, correct?
Correct.
You're charged with a felony down there for stealing.
Correct.
And you pled guilty.
Correct.
And you're a convicted felon for that.
Correct.
And there's a certain things that you're required to do as being a convicted felon. You're on a suspended sentence, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that you have to obey the law and be a good and not get into any more trouble, correct?
Objection. Relevance, Your Honor. Muted.
Wait till performance unmute. Sustained.
Correct.
Now, there are currently, as we sit here today, you're under oath in front of this jury. There's a warrant out for your arrest on the felony charges in Cleveland County. Is there not?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
I wasn't aware of that.
All right, come on up. Relevance.
Judge, they say that they're carrying no favor with this witness for testimony here today. There was an active felony warrant out for her in Cleveland County, Oklahoma, on this very charge, and nothing is happening to her. And I'm certainly allowed to inquire with the witness of why no one's taking any action on her on a felony warrant.
Okay, you can ask her, do you have any agreements, anything on any pending charges or anything such as that? But to go into particulars about you're supposed to be on probation, and if you do something on probation, you can get revoked or any of those kinds of issues. Let's recess the jury and we'll take this up.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think now will be a good time to break for lunch break. So I will admonish you not to discuss this case, not to let anyone discuss the case with you. Don't try to find out anything about the case. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I need you to remain seated. Jurors, leave your notepads in your chairs when you break for lunch. Mr. Holtzclaw, you'll be excused until 1:15. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're in recess until 1:15. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 1:15. You're excused. All right. So the objection from the state is that Mr. Adams shouldn't be able to get into information that there is an active warrant. Is that
Yes, Judge.
because it's my understanding that from this Cleveland County grand larceny case we've talked about now, there's been an application to revoke or something filed on that case?
Who's in the fridge?
On that case.
Adam,
Line 16, Judge.
16.
Can y'all hear me?
16, Jack.
Line 16.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. All right.
Oh,
Line
okay.
6. Line
You
6.
yeah.
Yeah, line 16. There's all I know is that there's a warrant. I don't know exactly what. I know that there's an active warrant and has been for quite some time
On that case.
on that case.
Okay.
And Judge, I can't, although I have no reason to distrust Mr. Adams, I can't say whether that's accurate or not because it's another county DA's office and we don't have those warrants in our system. However, I would say this. It's irrelevant whether she has a warrant from another county. I think it's proper for him to ask, have you been made any deals for your testimony? Have Mr. Giger and I made any type of agreement with her for her testimony today? But when she says no, I think that him going into anything about warrants that she has or what's happening in Cleveland County with any type of pending matter that she has is clearly irrelevant and it doesn't show any bias either.
Okay, Your Honor, this is extremely important, and we see it all at all the times, all the time. Witnesses testifying. She currently has a case pending. The possession with intent and the destruction of evidence. In addition to that, she has an active felony warrant and several active city warrants. My point is, they act like there's no collusion or there's no deal going on here. She's not getting anything of any benefit from the state for her testimony here today. However, since she started talking to the detectives, no one has acted on any of the warrants. It's certainly relevant, and it's a reasonable assumption due to the evidence that there's something going on there. If all these law enforcement officers are here at every hearing, nothing ever happens to her. She continues to show up to court and testify with active warrants, where I can assure this court, if it was me or any of my witnesses, they would get arrested. And it's not. I mean, it's appropriate for me to delve into the fact that she has warrant and nothing is happening.
I still don't see how the actions at another county's DA's office, I still don't see how that goes to show that what Mr. Adams is saying. It's another county DA's office making decisions completely independent of anyone in the Oklahoma County DA's office. And it still doesn't show. I mean, Mr. Adams can try to paint an inference that it's this, but the witness is going to say no, and so it's not relevant to go into it.
So, in other words, what she's saying is, I'm stuck with whatever the witness says. If the witness says that, no, there's no deals, but I have extrinsic evidence that something squirrely is going on here, I'm not allowed to bring that up and that is absolutely not the law. It's a reasonable inference that can be drawn that she's getting some benefit out of all this. Number one, they allegedly haven't negotiated anything in regards to her current charges, which she's looking at serious time on since she's already done prison time. More importantly, there's an active warrants. Judge, we've all done this. I have never seen a case that had so many active warrants that literally nothing happens on, and it's frustrating.
Well, this is what my ruling is going to be. You can ask leading questions about whether you've been made any deals by anybody in Cleveland County, Oklahoma County, or anywhere else concerning your testimony, and any pending charges or active warrants that you have. And if she says no, I'm not going to let you go into specific acts of, well, you violated your probation by not reporting or by getting a new crime or anything else. I'll let you ask the leading question that way, but now she has a tendency to say more than no. So,
Your Honor, in that vein, then, if I'm not going to be able to get into, are you instructing that I cannot get into the fact that she has active warrants pending as we speak here today, and no one is taking her into custody on those active warrants? Just think that's a very important point. It's clearly a violation of the law. She's clearly out there wanted by law enforcement, and nothing is happening. It causes me great concern.
I understand. I don't know of anything that allows under the evidence code to question a witness about active warrants other than me allowing you to ask a leading question about, do you have any? Have you made any deals with anybody or have any agreements about your testimony concerning any active warrants or cases or anything such as that? Now, if you can find something, I'm always open to being educated.
Okay. Okay. Again, I just want to, just so the record's clear, I'm stuck with her answers, what the court's telling me. If she says, yeah, I have a deal, then I can have her explain it. But if she says, no, I don't, then I can't bring in the extrinsic evidence that I have showing that there's something going on here. And I can't figure it out, and I've done this for quite some time. I can't figure out why we have all these active warrants and nothing seems to happen to anybody.
Well, if the extrinsic evidence is you do have evidence that she has some deal, then that's a different story. But if it's just, why isn't somebody arresting her?
And my question is, I want to know whether or not she knows she has active warrants and why she's not being arrested for them. Does she have any idea why she's not getting arrested? If her answer is, I don't know, well, then I think I can understand. I mean, I'm not going to get into my theory behind it, but obviously I want it out there that she has active warrants and nothing's happening to her. I mean, I think it's just because they have an agreement, and if it's in silence, I'm still entitled to attack it. There are certainly extrinsic evidence out there that something is going on here in regards to her cooperation in this case. And that being, I'm aware of at least 8 active warrants that she has and nothing's ever seemed to happen to them. Whereas if I could let my driver's license go for 30 days, I get a warrant out for my arrest. And I just don't understand the thought process behind all this.
Well, she said and admitted that she had some kind of traffic warrants. But again, I don't know of anything under the evidence code that will allow you to specifically, I mean, you can infer it to your leading question, I suppose, but, or ask it however you want to ask it. But to say you've got active warrants, don't you, and nobody's arresting you, I don't know of anything under the evidence code that allows you to ask a witness about active warrants.
Okay.
If you can kind of find something for me,
I'll look.
I'll take it into consideration.
Mr. Geiger, for purposes of the record, I believe I understand Mr. Adams' argument, and I understand he's representing his client. But already in this record of both the DAs assigned to this case have said we have made no deals, are taking no consideration to Miss Hill. Her own lawyer, who is representing her on the case, that all these inferences are swirling around, has come up. As an officer of the court, he has said he has not contacted anyone on her behalf. I can't tell OCPD who to arrest any more than Mr. Adams can. I guess the inference would be that the court could order her taken into custody as well. And I think if we start going down this road, there's a whole lot of questions that really I don't think are relevant for this jury to consider. Yeah, because there's so much of your bullshit. Sorry. Gosh, can you imagine, Kay, how many of them they would have to take into custody just during the trial if they went down that road?
Right.
Gosh, jeez. If it's already in the record that no one's given her any deals, she already, I believe, testified to that as her attorney and has the DAs. And as has the DAs. If Mr. Adams has some good faith basis to believe that we're lying to him, I'm not saying that's what he's saying. I think I understand his argument. But there simply is no evidence of this. And I just want this record to be very, very clear that Ms. McConnell and I have not made a deal with Ms. Hill. As far as I know, the police department has not made a deal with Ms. Hill. If they did, I would be under a duty to disclose it. Until Friday, I'll be quite frank with the court, I didn't realize her case was still pending because Mr. Wallace, her attorney, has never contacted us about it, and it came as somewhat, I won't say a surprise to us, but I was just unaware. And so we contacted Mr. Wallace yesterday to make sure that there's no negotiations going on that we're not aware of with Mr. Niemeyer's, Mr. Niemeyer, who's handling that case. And so I understand, and Mr. Adams has made the record, but I just want the record to be crystal clear that there is no deal going on with Shardayreon Hill about her case in Norman that I didn't know about until Mr. Adams just said. I don't know what the warrant's for either. And on redirect, we can go there. The only person who didn't put her in jail, well, another person who didn't put her in jail on warrants is his client. But that's where we're going. So we can talk about that and arrested her with 3 vials of PCP, but he didn't put her in on intent. But that's for the next witness. That is so much bullshit from fucking Giger. I can't stand him.
Well, I don't know Oklahoma law. I just thinking about other cases where this very situation has come up where somebody is testifying for the, one side or the other. Law enforcement finds out or they become aware. And this person, they got law enforcement waiting for them when they get done testifying. They get arrested right there on the spot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that not the case in Oklahoma, apparently?
No, that's the case in Oklahoma.
That is so fucked up.
Yeah, even here in the UK, if you've got a warrant for anything, whether it's a speeding ticket, parking ticket, or whatever, they will come to your house. They will go to your mother's house. They will look in places that they know that you frequent.
Yeah,
and
but
you
just
will
thinking
be arrested on the spot.
Yeah, just thinking about somebody in trial, Alice, it just blows me away that there's even a conversation here. Right?
If you show up at court and you have an outstanding warrant, the judge is going to have you taken into custody.
Yes.
It's going to happen every time.
Yeah, definitely. Even here in the UK, that would happen, Kay. If you were up at court and say you were a witness for somebody, one of your pals, and you were a witness, but you had a warrant out, then you're the one that's getting lifted in that courthouse on that day that you turn up.
Right.
Yeah.
It's unreal. This blows me away.
And
what's
just-
Giger saying? Acting like that he doesn't know if the
He didn't know anything.
prosecutor on the Cleveland County cases is working a deal or not. He talked to him to see if he had something going on. What the hell was
Yeah.
all that?
Yeah, it's
That was-
bullshit.
Aye,
Well-
bullshit.
Well, again, not understanding the process in Oklahoma, but wouldn't they have ran a global top report that would have shown everything that they had within the state? I don't know how they're interconnected or not in that state, but just thinking about, I'm just thinking about Wisconsin, which I'm more familiar with, and a few other states.
Yeah, everything in Oklahoma is connected on OSCN.net, but
so
they don't
they
even
would know.
need that. They have Adams telling them that she has outstanding warrants.
Well,
So
that
if
too.
everyone missed it, it's being brought to the attention,
Yeah.
Right.
and still nothing happens. So yeah,
Right.
that's not how things go. It seems like one of the other accusers did get arrested for outstanding warrants. Who was that, Rhonda?
Yeah, that's right.
Or
I think
Sheree?
it was.
Sheree with us?
Yeah, Cherie's here. Wasn't it? Was one of them had drugs on her or something? Didn't they? I don't remember. I know somebody did get. I believe somebody was taken into custody, but I don't remember who it was. Cherie, do you remember?
I can't read. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, we'll have to.
Yeah.
I mean, no only just that, the fucking digging the ribs that Giger tried to do there by saying, oh, well, even his own client never arrested her.
For
Yeah,
intent.
that's what. Yeah, for intent. That's what pissed me off.
know
I was
what I
like,
mean?
you motherfucker.
Fucking asshole.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So again, he's trying to blame all this other stuff that Adams is bringing out on Daniel. It's such bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Ready?
Yep.
Line 18.
18.
All right. Your Honor, and just so the record's crystal clear, it's not just some. You can have a deal just by silence and by looking the other way. We all know that. And that's the power of the prosecution for some reason in this particular. If I had a witness, I would suggest to this court, because I've had it happen on many occasions where I've called them in to testify. The prosecutor finds out they have warrants and have them arrested right on the stand. I know this court has probably seen that. So it is extremely unusual in this courthouse to have witnesses, particularly with this many warrants, that nothing's happening to. In regards to specifically speaking about the warrants, I'll see if I can find some case law that talks. I understand the court's ruling, and I'm certainly not going to adhere to it. I disagree with it, but that's why I've made my record.
Sure.
But I'll look it up.
All right. Anything else?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right. 115.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let the record reflect that all members of the jury are present. Counsel for the state, counsel for the defendant is present. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Adams.
I'm sorry. Yes, Your Honor.
Would you call your witness back to the stand, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, let me remind you, you're still under oath. If you would like to just go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand, pull that mic in front, around, pull that mic right around in front of you. Mr. Adams, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hill, going back to December the 20th, 2013, while you were at the hospital, you told this jury about a number of conversations you had with Officer Holtzclaw. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, during these conversations with Officer Holtzclaw, he told you to quit lying to him, correct?
No.
Do you recall talking to Detective Gregory in this case on the 19th day of September 2014?
Yes.
And do you recall telling him that Officer Holtzclaw began to talk to you about being honest with him? Do you recall telling that to Detective Gregory?
Yes, I do.
Because Officer Holtzclaw told you, I'm being honest with you. You need to be honest with me.
Right, you're right.
I'm sorry, my...
I don't know why there's a blank page in there. I'm sorry.
What page are we on?
1381, line 1.
Yeah.
2, line 2.
Just a second. Let me scroll down.
Page 138 of the document.
138, yeah. There was a blank page in there that I didn't know about.
God, Rhonda.
I
Yeah,
know.
God.
I suck.
Now look what you've done.
I wrecked the whole thing.
Yeah, everything's broken now.
So you should be on page 138 of your reader.
Okay, 138. Okay.
Line 2.
Okay. Do you recall that?
Yes, now I do.
And you know what it means to be honest is to tell the truth.
Correct.
And when you were being honest with Officer Holtzclaw, you told him you were just a schoolgirl, didn't you?
Yes.
And that was a lie, wasn't it?
Well, I was in school.
You were in school?
Yes.
What school were you in?
I was going to a GED program.
Going where?
GED program.
GED program. Well, do you recall having a second interview with Detective Gregory on the 19th day of September 2014, wherein that video, that was a video recorded?
Do I recall?
Are you aware of a second interview that took place with Detective Gregory on September the 19th of 2014, wherein that interview was videotaped?
I believe. I'm not sure. I can't remember how many times I spoke with him.
Oh my
Well,
God.
if
I
it was
wanna
one,
pause.
you would remember.
Yeah.
Right. I need to pause right there.
Okay.
I need to play this, and I need everybody to try to pay attention. I've done some subtitles, but try to pay attention to this encounter. This is the very beginning of the interview that Gregory has with Shardayreon Hill. And then we'll just read this, and then we'll read Shardayreon's answer again afterwards. Here we go.
This seems like very trashy in here. Okay. Am I saying your name? When I say Shardayreon?
It's pronounced, it's close enough, Shardayreon.
Okay.
It's pronounced Shardayreon, though.
What do you go by?
Darion, it don't matter.
Okay. Well, like I say, I know that we really didn't talk about anything. You called up to the sex crimes and just said that you wanted to come forward in reference to that officer. I knew what you were talking about that, and I know we didn't talk on the phone or anything about it. So we're just going to start from the very, very beginning. Okay.
How was you looking for me?
Yeah, when I told you, I was looking for you because I have a list kind of going off of, you know, and it was kind of odd because Jim usually said, hey, we got to call the sex crimes main line, and that's when I returned the phone call, and we just have a list of people. A lot of them, nothing happened. Some of them maybe. So it was just kind of one of those.
Yeah.
And I just recognized your name. It's kind of a unique name. And okay, where let's just get some.
This is good evidence.
Damn it. So that encounter, or whatever you want to call it, that beginning of that interview makes me think that they had not spoken before. That this was, other than he called her in for an appointment or something to have that interview, that they had not had any contact before. But when we read this paragraph, this line of questioning, what is happening here?
What are you saying?
What
Are
am I
you
saying?
Yeah, you're saying that from listening to that recording, you think they haven't spoken before?
Well, yeah, I mean, he says we haven't talked on the phone or anything like that.
Yeah,
And then
okay.
go ahead. Well, I'm saying he's lying. I mean, clearly
Okay.
he's lying. Yeah,
Okay.
clearly yeah. That's what Gregory is trying to make it, because he like stutters when he gets in there. She's like, and then she said, "Well, how did you know that? How are you looking for me?" And he's like, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Musney, and we have this list, and blah blah blah, and it,
Right.
you know, you could. So I don't. There was conversation.
It definitely sounded like he was stumbling.
Yeah, it did to me too. And I
Well,
don't
Well,
know
they
why.
obviously had an earlier. They had 2 interviews that day on the 19th. It says, and one was video recorded, right? Videotape.
Yep. That's what Adam said.
In the
Yeah.
middle of
Yeah.
the interview, didn't she leave the room with Gregory for like over an hour?
Yes.
And that was not recorded.
And that was not recorded.
On the
But
video.
we don't know at what, do we know at what point in that interview that they left and had a private conversation?
I don't know.
Jesus.
It was about 3/4 of the way through, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there should be an audit log that tracks that, but I'm sure you'll never get it.
So back to his comments in this at the beginning of this interview, where he says Lieutenant Musney said we got a call on the main line.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
well, first of all, I wonder who answers the main line for sex crimes. I know it's not Musney. He's the frickin' lieutenant. He's not answering. He's not running
answering
the
phones.
sex crime switchboard.
Exactly.
So Musney says we got a call. So what? The switchboard sends it to Musney, and then Musney sends it to the officer. Who had Shardayreon Hill's packet? Rocky Gregory.
Rocky.
So who would they have directed that phone call to? Rocky. Rocky sets up his own interviews, not Tim Musney. So come on, man.
That's why that whole line right there, that whole line of questioning, I was like, whoa, time out. Because there's, and Adams knows about something. He knows about prior interviews that I've never seen a report of. I've never seen reports of prior interviews, recorded, written, or otherwise. So, that obviously I don't have all the information, but I have quite a bit of information. And I've never seen that report anywhere. That there was a different conversation, a first conversation before the recorded interview.
That's interesting.
That's all I was having to come apart about.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
and that could have just happened on the phone, like Kim's conversation with Sherry Ellis happened.
Right. So
Although
let's.
that was recorded, but
Right. So I want, Jack, will you go back to the other page, the prior page, and start on line 24? The prior page to line 20 and start there, please.
Line 20.
Now that you've
Okay.
seen that video.
Yep.
Right.
All right, here we go. Yep. Well, do you recall having a second interview with Detective Gregory on the 19th day of September of 2014, wherein that was video recorded?
do I recall?
Are you aware of a second interview that took place with Detective Gregory on September the 19th of 2014, wherein that interview was videotaped?
I mean, I believe. I'm not sure. I can't remember how many times I spoke with him.
You recall being in an interview with Detective Gregory in September of 2014 where there was any recording equipment whatsoever in the room.
I remember the first time that I spoke with him. I don't know if it was recorded or not.
Do you recall in that interview, Detective Gregory asked you about what school you were attending, and you told him that was a lie, you weren't attending any school?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't. But it's your testimony here under oath in front of this jury today that in December of 2013, you were in school.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Is it your testimony under oath today that in December of 2013, you were in school?
I'm sorry. You're asking if I was in school when I told him that?
Would you dispute the fact that you told Officer Holtzclaw on December the 20th of 2013 at the hospital that you were a schoolgirl going to school?
Yes, I did tell him that.
And that was a lie, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a lie.
Okay.
And I lied because I was in fear of my life.
I'm not asking, Your Honor.
Sorry, Judge. I'll give you a second to unmute and get caught up.
God.
There's never been a time that I am aware of where she was in fear for her life.
Yeah, this is new.
Not in the police interview, the recorded interview that we have, the written report that Gregory made off of that interview, the preliminary trial. There was never been any mention that she was in fear for her life.
Because she was.
Seems like her heart monitor might have gone off if she was in fear for her life.
Right?
Wouldn't you think?
Exactly. But because she's on the stand and she's in front of all these people, she needs to make it sound as dramatic as possible.
Well, and
so
she knows she's caught. She knows she's
life.
caught. She knows she's caught in another lie.
Yeah.
Mhm. So she's going to lie to cover up that one, which is how lies typically work.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
I don't
sorry.
know when Benjamin Crump came on the scene as far as got to Oklahoma City and was hanging out with all the accusers.
I don't know either. Well, I know he was there the day of the verdict, obviously.
Right, but I'm not.
Adams is going to get into when she filed her lawsuit during Cross, and it wasn't with Benjamin Crump or his law firm. And I didn't know that, so. But anyway. Sorry.
Okay. Ma'am, just answer the question.
Yes, sir.
You also told Officer Holtzclaw, after he asked you to please be honest with him, that you knew nothing about the drug industry or business in Oklahoma City, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie.
Yes. Can I just clear something up real quick?
Was that a lie?
Yes.
So you do lie.
Well, that's in a situation where I was in fear of my life.
Oh.
I know a lot of situations where people get killed in police possession. So at that time, I felt like I had to protect myself in that situation. So I didn't be honest with him because I know there's a lot of situations where death occurs. So really, I'm in a position, he has authority over me. So anything was bound to happen with him.
Ah!
He's gonna kill me in the hospital. Yeah.
Yeah. So now it's your testimony. Is it your testimony in front of this jury under oath that you thought Officer Holtzclaw was going to kill you?
I didn't say that's what he was gonna do.
Let me finish my question. I'll let you finish your answer.
Okay.
Is it your testimony under oath today in front of this jury on December the 20th of 2013 you thought Officer Holtzclaw was going to murder you?
No, I didn't. I'm saying the reason of me lying to him.
All right, ma'am. Ma'am, just answer the question. And if something needs to be cleared up, the state's attorney will do that.
Okay.
But under your scenario of events that you want this jury to believe is that you had a prearranged deal with Officer Holtzclaw that started on December the 20th of 2013, wherein within 30 days he would take care of these charges, correct?
Correct.
And that was the deal that you had with this man in this courtroom.
It wasn't a deal. It was that I was in his possession, so I had to go with the flow.
My
It
God.
wasn't that that's something that I would have chosen to do and came to him with agreement with. It's really, I had no choice. He has me in handcuffs. He has control in me right now. So if I feel like that's what I have to say to get me through to make sure I'm going to make it out safely, I don't know. Like I said what I said because I felt like it would help me.
So is it okay to lie if it's going to help you?
No, I was in fear of my life. I felt like that's what I had to do. There's a time for everything, and I felt like at that moment, and that's with anybody, I feel like to protect their life and their safety, I feel like at that moment, knowing my life is basically in this man's hands, I'd done what I felt like at that moment. Not saying that it was right, but to protect myself, that was my life. He could have done anything to me. Like if I
So is it your testimony here today, again, that you thought Officer Holtzclaw was going to murder you at Southwest Medical Center?
Objection. That's a misstatement of her testimony, and she's already asked and answered that question.
Overruled.
You can answer.
can you say that again?
It's your testimony here today under oath in front of this jury that you believe Officer Holtzclaw was going to murder you at Southwest Medical Center here in Oklahoma City on December the 20th of 2013, correct?
I didn't know what he would do to me. I didn't know what he was going to do to me.
So that whole explanation that you just gave about your life being in his hands and being killed and all that stuff just came to you at this moment?
Objection. Argumentative.
Overruled.
You can answer.
You can answer.
You can answer.
Can you say that again?
Third time.
We said it 3
Jesus,
damn
fourth.
times.
God mighty. Yes, the colloquy that you just gave this jury about you being in fear of your life, and you thought that Officer Holtzclaw was going to kill you, you just came to you at this very moment.
I didn't say that he was going to kill me. I said I know situations like that. And the reason of me not being honest with him is because I didn't know what the outcome was going to be. He's pulling me out the truck. He's messing with me for no reason. I don't know what. I don't even know why he came up to me. Like, we wasn't disturbing the peace or anything. He really didn't have a cause to even come to our truck. So, and I know.
Ma'am, you've answered the question. You may ask another one.
He came up to the truck for no reason. That's what you just told this jury under oath, correct?
Correct.
While you were sitting in the truck smoking PCP, correct?
That it was already gone when the police came. Like, we wasn't literally smoking when they pulled up, but that was the situation.
But you're mad that Officer Holtzclaw did his job and confronted you in a vehicle that who you allegedly don't know who owns it, with a guy standing next to you who you allegedly don't know his name, and he accosts you about smoking PCP in Oklahoma city limits against the law. That's what you're mad about, isn't it?
No, I'm not mad at all, sir.
Well, let's go back to the deal you had with Officer Holtzclaw. Remember that?
No, I didn't have a deal with him.
Well, do you recall telling Detective Gregory while you were being videotaped back in September of 2014 that the deal was to give it a month and the charges would go away? You recall telling him that?
I don't feel like that was a deal. I felt like that was something that I had to do in a moment of my life.
So, well, then it is your testimony here today. You didn't have a deal with Officer Holtzclaw taking care of anything for you.
If that was the cooperation that he told me that if I go with,
That if you go, okay, then I'll use your words. The cooperation is if you go with it, allegedly all these sex acts you say occurred,
yes,
that your charges would go away
yes,
in 30 days.
yes,
So you're agreeing with me.
yes,
That was your cooperation agreement, not the deal, correct?
yes. To remind you, my life is in his hands. So I feel like if I would have he would have done it anyway. If I wouldn't have, he would have done it anyway.
Is your life in his hands in regards to you going to prison, or is his life in your hands in regards to him murdering you?
Well, people die in the hospital all the time. They could I probably wouldn't even make it to the county.
People die in the hospital all the time?
Yes.
That ingest enormous amounts of PCP? Is that not correct?
Can you rephrase that?
People die all the time that overdose on PCP. Is that not correct?
Whatever the matter is, that could be the case, or the case could have been. There's no telling what could have happened to me. No one came to check on me. Anything could have happened. I could have died off PCP, and I also could have. He stuck his hand in my now he stuck his whole hand in there.
Yeah.
He stuck his hand in my private. He could have did anything else to me that he wanted to do. Well, if she died, I think her heart monitor would have gone off too. The other way.
I don't want to get too gross, but if we're talking about now, Daniel's not a small guy. If he got his hand in there,
ouch.
But he was just walking by, and he stuck two fingers in on his way walking by. So
now it's a fist. You know, come on.
That's his hand. Okay.
God Almighty. Okay,
I still
19.
can't wrap my mind around how you get, like, if she's, never mind, go.
Well, how you control a heart monitor if somebody just came by and, put anything into you? I don't care what it is, You're going to jump a little.
Let's get back to it was just two fingers on his way by.
Absolutely. All right, line 19. You're not.
So if by me, if I wouldn't have corroborated.
Ma'am, just listen to his question. Answer his question.
You do know the difference between a truth and a lie, correct?
Yes, I do.
Now, in regards to the hospital, you testified on direct examination that he said he wanted to fuck the shit out of you, that he was on duty.
Yes, he did.
So apparently, under your version of events, it's okay for him to get oral sex from you while he's on duty. Just can't have intercourse, correct?
Correct. But he was...
And under your version of events, it's okay for him to insert his fingers into your vagina while he's on duty, but he can't have intercourse with you, correct?
No, it's not. It's not okay.
Objection. Form of the question. She never said it was okay.
All right, overruled. She's answered.
He done that without me knowing.
All right, ma'am, you answered. You said no. I'm sorry, but if somebody shoves 2 fingers up your fanny, then you're going to know about it.
Well,
Yeah.
well, unless you're dead or so drunk you're inebriated. But she wasn't.
Or so high on PCP.
Right. But then how would she even know at all? Nobody registered it, and the monitors didn't go off.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
yeah.
What-
hoo-ha.
Talk about a witness that just keeps on giving and just expanding her lies. Just keeps
Yeah,
on.
It's so bad.
It's terrible. It's just amazing to me that Giger put her up there. Anyway, all right.
Well, this
Let's move
was
on.
like the most inflammatory one because Daniel friended her on Facebook and went by her house. So
Right.
you can make that look like the worst thing ever. And he shouldn't
Yeah.
have done that. But, you
Yeah,
know,
but if he's
it
just
was-
trying to be a good cop and knowing that she could have damn well died, and with however many kids she's got, she's in trouble, and he's just reaching out saying, "Look, have you got your shit taken care of? I don't want to see you again. Go take care of your problems," because you had a life-changing event. It could have been, to me, him just being a
Been a
decent
life
fucking
ending,
human, decent fucking human being. That's how I see it.
yeah.
No, he shouldn't have done it. I agree. It was a bridge too far, but I don't really know Daniel's personality. But I know I've just read enough just from that mindset to think, he's going back through his notes or whatever and come across her name and thought, you know what, I'm going to reach out.
Well, she probably really stuck with him because of ingesting that PCP
Well,
and
sure.
almost dying. And he's there for the whole thing.
Right.
I'm sure that, yeah.
They
I'm sure
were
that was
talking that whole time. They were talking
Right.
that whole time. And like she said, he's a nice guy. He was being nice.
I'm a schoolgirl, and
right.
Are
Blah,
you
blah,
meaning
blah.
like the Florence Nightingale syndrome kind of thing, Susan?
I don't know anything about the drug trade. I was a schoolgirl, and I'm a
Yeah.
nice girl.
I don't know nothing.
Yeah, she testified she lied to him and told him all of that crap. So,
Yeah.
And at that point, he still thought she was Shardayreon.
The twin.
Although
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm curious when he actually started realizing, because if you pull up, I don't know if Shardayreon had any kind of criminal, if she had any record at all.
I don't think she did. I'm thinking back to
According
the
to-
testimony.
According to her twin, she didn't, but she, and she doesn't lie, so it must be true.
Right.
Maybe they found out with her fingerprints. She said that.
Yeah. Certainly by the time she was booked in jail, for sure.
All right.
Okay. All
Are
right.
we ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
Line, where were we at? 11?
21.
I'm sorry, 21. My bad. In any event, Officer Holtzclaw, regardless of the cooperation or any deals, took you to the Oklahoma County Jail from the hospital, correct?
You're asking, did he take me?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
And he put you in the back of the squad car and he drove you to the Oklahoma County Jail, right down the street from here, correct?
Correct.
And when you got to the jail, you were booked into jail, meaning they took your photograph, fingerprints, and all that stuff, correct?
Correct.
And when he put you in jail, he put you in there for possession of that PCP along with the destruction of PCP, correct?
Correct.
And then it took you 5 days to come up with the money to bond out, correct?
Incorrect.
Huh?
Incorrect.
How many days did it take you to bond out of jail?
I was already bonded out that same day because my mom already had the money.
So is it your testimony that you bonded out on the day that you got there?
Yes, but I had to sit because some more reasons.
Okay, so
Not because of my city tickets.
it's your testimony that on December the 20th of 2013, after Officer Holtzclaw had you booked into jail on the felony charges that you're still currently facing, that your mother posted bond,
Right.
but you couldn't get out of jail because you had some other city warrants?
Not city. Well, I guess you could say they city, but it's not at the municipal. It's here at this courthouse.
At this courthouse?
Yes.
At Oklahoma County?
Yes, it was like,
What were those?
it was county. It was county. That's what it was. It was county. It wasn't city. It was county.
Okay. What was
Got
preventing you from getting out of jail on December 20th of 2013 after your mother posted bail?
Because they kept bringing me into courtrooms so that I could. It was a traffic ticket that popped up in the county system that the police, I guess, didn't see. But so when they kept taking me every day until that day of Christmas, I finally got in a courtroom because the judge couldn't make it to see us or something. So they just kept sending us back. And it took them that long to get me to a courtroom. And then I made an agreement with him and I was able to get out. I had already posted bond on those charges the same day or the next day. But the city tickets that I had, that wasn't holding me in there.
I have a.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I have a question.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Is
How
it very?
confusing is that?
There is no way that she was taken into a courtroom on Christmas Day. No way. No way.
And no
No.
way that her mom posted bail on the 20th. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that didn't happen.
Yeah, we need to see if we can find out some more information about that because there's no way she got released 5 days later on Christmas Day.
No.
And she got to finally go into a courtroom and see a judge. Bullshit.
No.
Bullshit. Okay.
Okay. In any event, it's your testimony that there was a delay of some sort getting you out of jail on the 20th and had rolled over until Christmas Day, correct?
Correct. Right. Correct.
You're not alleging Officer Holtzclaw had anything to do with that delay?
No.
So after you got out of jail on Christmas Day, the first time you hear from Officer Holtzclaw is the Facebook message, correct?
Correct.
Up until that point in time, under your testimony, you've had these incidents happen at the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you've shared that information with Janae, correct?
Correct.
And she's your cousin, and that was in the truck with you at that apartment complex, correct?
Correct.
And you're sure about that? And you're sure about that?
Hang on. Oh, correct. I should have known.
Of course. That you shared all these awful things that Officer Holtzclaw did to you at the hospital.
Yes, I did.
Then the first thing that you testified to is that, or the first time that you heard from Officer Holtzclaw, and it appears from looking at his Facebook, and I'm referring to number 117, and the date is very difficult to read, but it appears it's January the 8th. Very first message is from you to Officer Holtzclaw that I can read here. It says, "Damn, took you long enough. I've been waiting. Laugh out loud. You still got my number, right?" That's the first.
Okay.
Huh? Would that be the first message?
Yes.
And I'm accurately reading that, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Holtzclaw asked you, is this your sister's account?
Correct.
And we know the confusion there. You actually given your sister's name to him, and she actually has a Facebook account. But he's asking, is this you, or is this your sister's, or what, correct?
Right. He also sent her a friend request too.
And then again on January the 8th, you say, no, it's mine, and I'm the one that had my twin, and how do you pronounce her name?
Shardayreon.
Shardayreon. And thanks for looking out for me that night. Lol. LOL. You're telling him thanks for looking out for you that night. I'm assuming we're talking about at the hospital, at the hospital night.
No, the tickets.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, when you're telling him thanks for looking out for me that night, you're telling the tickets is
Yes.
what you're saying is that you're under oath. That's what your testimony is here today.
Yes, I was saying thank you because I was able to get out without having to pay all that money for my tickets. That's
oh,
what I was telling him. Thank you for looking out for me because he did.
I was under the impression that you got stuck in the county jail from the 20th after you posted bond until the 25th.
Right? What now?
Yeah, that's weird. I was under the impression that you got stuck in the county jail from the 20th after you posted bond until the 25th. And she says, right.
Oh, okay. 5 days. Okay.
yeah.
That's the
Okay,
5.
but yeah. Okay, but why didn't you just say thanks for
Sorry,
taking
Jack.
care of my
Sorry,
tickets?
Jack.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jack. Just before you start, Rhonda, we've got somebody in chat. Jason Campbell. Hi,
Okay.
Jason. Welcome. They said, I guess everyone lied on this guy despite the physical evidence.
Well, there wasn't
I
really
also-
any evidence, but
There wasn't any evidence. Hi, Jason.
I
Welcome
also
and thank you
guess-
for your comment.
Yeah, I also guess because the victims were all black females, he just has to be innocent, right? No, it's not that at all.
No. Don't even bring racism into this. No, don't even start with that.
here's
My
the
brother's
thing
black,
about
so shut up. Sorry.
let's dial that. Here's the thing. The detectives are the ones so Lieutenant Musney is the one who created the profile. The only women, they pulled up a list of women that Daniel had contact with, and the filters they used were African American women with a history of with a criminal history, prostitution, drugs, those sorts of things. So, there could have been white accusers if they had put that on their list of people that they gave the detectives to go talk to, So, anyway, let's don't get derailed by this guy. If he wants to
Yeah.
listen to the transcript, he can.
Yep. Yep.
But
Otherwise,
let's just
yeah,
carry on.
we have important things to do here. So make appropriate, on topic, legitimate comments, or don't. Okay.
I mean,
carry
we're
back
happy to answer questions, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
when you're insinuating the things that you're insinuating, it's just that's not productive.
It's
Yeah.
inappropriate too.
on.
If
It's a
you
waste
want
of
to,
time.
yeah. Anyway, carry on.
You're welcome to leave comments on the video afterwards too. I'm happy to answer you there. All of us will be happy to answer you there as well. Thank you, Jason. Okay, go ahead.
All right, long one. Okay, but why didn't you just say thanks for taking care of my tickets?
Because that's just how I said it. Just like that. Because he know what I was talking about. He know what he did.
Well, he tells you, I can't tell the difference between you and your sister. Obviously, you guys are twins. You're staying out of trouble? You better be. He's saying you're staying out of he's saying you're staying out of trouble. You better be, right?
Uh-huh.
Did that offend you in any way?
No.
And then you tell him, "Hey, I lost my phone. Stopping by, seeing what you've been up to." That means you're checking in on him, correct?
Yeah.
And that's what you told Detective Gregory. That means you're checking on Facebook to see what he's up to, right?
Right.
And you're not alleging that you've been over to his house or he'd been over to your house at this point, correct?
Correct.
And then Officer Holtzclaw answers just hanging out, how you been, right?
Right.
And if I need to zoom in more, I'd be happy to do that. And then you say, I've been okay working on getting it together. You hanging out at your house. You're asking him, you hanging out at your house, right?
Yeah.
Exhibit 118. This continues the conversation. And he says, yep. Then Daniel Holtzclaw, it appears. This is going into February now. We're in February the 13th. February 13th. So this would have been after the alleged visit by Officer Holtzclaw to your home, correct?
Correct.
So we know for a fact that your version of events that he visited your home on January the 8th or the 9th of 2015, correct?
It was sometime
Or 14, I apologize.
in January.
Excuse me?
Sometime in January he came.
Okay. I asked you earlier if on January the 8th, if it was that day or the next day, and you said yes. I'm just wanting to be fair with you. So are you saying...
Because I'm telling you, I was already trying to say that I'm not for sure exactly what day it was. I know he came over there. It wasn't in February. It was shortly after. It was shortly after some messages. It wasn't in February, though.
From the Facebook messages, we know the first contact between you and Officer Holtzclaw was January the 8th of 2014, correct?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Was it a few days in there that this alleged meeting took place, correct?
Can you say that again, please?
So it would have been within a few days of January the 8th of 2014 that you say Officer Holtzclaw came to your residence, correct?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
So whenever he says, what's up, quote unquote, what's up, in February, this alleged event had already taken place where he'd come over to your house, correct?
Correct.
Where you say he exposed himself to you.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then Officer Holtzclaw gives you a cell phone number, a 580 number, correct?
Correct.
And he says, get on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, again, this would have been in February the 13th of 2014, which would have been after this alleged meeting at your house, correct?
Correct.
And you write him back and say, hey, went to sleep last night. I'm on the road to Dallas right now. You see that?
Yes.
Then also Holtzclaw texts you back. It appears to say February 15th. It says in OKC. See that?
Uh-huh.
You need to answer verbally, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And then again, I'm having a hard time seeing the date, but it looks like sometime in February, he sends you another message that said, making sure you're doing okay, staying out of trouble. Asking you, are you staying out of trouble?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
And you respond back with a big smiley face, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 119, February the 17th. You said, I'm back now. I'm assuming from Dallas. And yeah, I'm trying to stay out of the way, meaning you're trying to stay out of trouble, correct?
Correct.
Now, you would agree with me that we're now way past 30 days from the date of your arrest and incarceration at the Oklahoma County Jail, correct?
Correct.
Nowhere in here at any time have you said, what about our deal or my cooperation, correct?
He didn't ever want to talk about it on Facebook.
That's not my question. My question
Correct.
is very simple.
Correct.
In regards to Facebook, you never say, what about my deal or what about my cooperation, correct?
Correct.
He asked you in February the 19th, which is 2 days later, he asked you, what are you doing? And he tells you on February 19th, again, your number is broke. Apparently, he tried to call you and couldn't get through, correct?
Correct.
And you get him on the 19th of February on a different phone number, correct?
Correct.
And then for the first time from February the 28th. This would have been some 2 months after you were booked into the Oklahoma County Jail and after you made bond. However difficult it was, he asked you, hey, how'd court go? He's asking you about your court date, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
And then that's when you tell him, went back to jail and they made my charge with intent. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
And you sent him that message on February the 28th of 2014, correct?
Correct.
And what you're telling him there is that you're not being charged with possession of PCP, but you now have been charged with possession with intent to distribute PCP, correct?
Correct.
A much more serious crime than a simple possession, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Holtzclaw responds back to you. It appears to say the 28th. So this will be sometime later. He responds back, huh? What? He's asking you, huh? What? And then he goes over to page 120. It says, how did you go back to jail? With a bunch of question marks. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that would have been back on February the 28th of 2014, correct?
Correct.
And in response to that, of him asking you, did you have to go back to jail or what? He's asking with all the question marks. You respond, my bond went up. My best friend bondsman got off my bond. Do you see that?
That was like a typo or something like that.
Well, okay. Does it say February the 28th? Did you email by Facebook Officer Holtzclaw and say my bond went up? My best friend bondsman got off my bond? Did you tell him that?
Yes.
And what you're telling him is that you had bonded out of jail, but the bondsman, the person that's responsible for you showing up in court, jumped off your bond and said, I'm not going to be good for this anymore.
Well, yes.
Yes?
But he wasn't a bondsman anymore, so something like that happened, though.
Ma'am, I can't understand anything you're saying. If you could speak in the mic a little bit for me.
He wasn't a bondsman anymore, so however, because he doesn't just jump off of my bond.
Okay.
Something that happened with him.
For whatever reason, quite frankly, and I'm just trying to make the point that you're telling him your bondsman got off your bond, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then you had to go back to jail.
Uh-huh, yes.
Is that a yes? And then Officer Holtzclaw says, I'm lost. How did you get arrested again? Did you F up again? Question mark. Hey, call me. And he gives you his phone number. So at this point in time, he appears to be oblivious to all this, doesn't he?
I'm sorry, what's...
He appears to not really understand why your bondsman got off the bond, why you went back to jail, or why you're being... All this is happening to you, correct? He's wanting to know if you've been in any trouble again, right?
Right.
But nowhere in here are you saying to, what about our prearranged deal or my cooperation agreement, and I want this stuff gone now, are you?
No, because I feel like he was the one sending...
Your Honor, it just calls...
All right. You answered the question.
Can you answer the question?
Could you ask it again?
No. Good for Adams.
Amazing.
That's brilliant.
Oh, jeez.
Then you say, and he says, hey, call me. And you say, my phone, my phone is charging. Call you in a minute. Went to see. And then and then it ends. Do you see that?
Yes.
That appears to be on February the 28th, correct? Or 2014, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, yes, call me. I want to know what happened. I mean, Officer Holtzclaw appears to have taken a genuine interest in what's going on with you, correct?
Correct.
He's bought into your good girl going to school story and staying out of trouble and not knowing anything about drugs in Oklahoma City, correct?
Objection. Argumentative and calls for speculation.
You can answer if you know, ma'am.
What did you say again?
He apparently has bought into the fact that you told him you were a schoolgirl and that you knew nothing about drugs, and he's checking up on you. Apparently, he has a real concern here, correct?
He didn't believe me.
He didn't believe you about what?
No, he knew that I wasn't a schoolgirl. He knew all of that, and if he wanted to know all of this, he checked up on me. He knew when I had warrants. He could have did all that. Like he knew what he was doing. He was trying to make me feel like he was concerned, but really he wasn't, because he wasn't making any moves.
And he told you that?
No, I would tell by he kept wanting to know what's going on. Well, you should know what's going on.
But you...
He can look that up just like he looked up.
Well, he apparently didn't know what's going on because he's asking you, isn't he?
He's asking me, but I shouldn't be the one that have to tell him when he should know that. He told me what you were going to do. So you need to be telling me what's going on. That's what I was waiting for, but he didn't ever want to talk about it on Facebook.
But he keeps asking you what's going on, and he even then puts...
I told him what's going on.
All right, ma'am. Hang on.
Okay.
Let him finish a question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
He might change it in midstream and you don't know what he's asking. So wait till he asks it.
Okay.
He sends you a question mark, meaning he's wanting you to explain, correct?
Correct.
And he gives you a phone number to call, correct?
Correct.
And then he texts you back because you haven't responded, correct?
Correct.
And the last message we have between the two of you appears to be on March the 2nd, where there's another question mark. Do you see that?
Yes.
With a phone number, a 580 phone number.
Right.
And right after that, in March, there's another message a message to you that says Shar, SHAR.
Correct.
And then on March the 3rd, there's another message that says Sharday. Last thing you said went back in. Let me know about it. Maybe I can help or explain what's going on. And he gives you his phone number, correct?
Correct.
And you responded back to him on the 4th of March and you say, help? How? I don't get it. Do you see that?
Uh-huh. Oh, my dog's snoring real loud.
I can hear him. But at that point,
Sorry.
but at that point in time, you really did get it because you had this cooperation or this deal with him that all your charges were going to go away in 30 days, right?
No, could you say that again?
Yes.
You said I got it?
Yes. This is in March of 2014, March the 3rd. Sharday, the last thing you said was you went back in, meaning jail. Let me know about it. Maybe I can help or explain what's going on. And he gives you a phone number, correct?
Correct.
But under your theory and under your testimony, he knew what the deal was, right?
If he didn't know, he could have found out. That's what I was thinking.
But I'm talking about your deal with Officer Holtzclaw, the deal that you would perform these sexual acts for him under your version of events at the hospital, and in 30 days he was going to make all your stuff go away, correct?
Correct.
We're 90 days into it now. We're into March of 2014, and you're still dealing with the charges going back and forth to the jail and everything, and he's asking you what's going on.
Which he should already know. I already told him once that I went back to jail. My bond? what I stopped answering him because I felt like he just wanted to keep the talk just so I could talk about, and he wanted to know, but he want me to call him. So when I call him, we're not talking about that. Where he wanted to talk about sex and come over to his house and all of this. He wasn't, I had noticed after so long, there ain't nothing happening. That ain't nothing happened. That's why I said I feel like I just stop talking to him and just go on with my life because I see ain't nothing changed. I was just going to go on and fight this.
All right, ma'am, you've answered the question.
In your version of events and the story that you've told this jury here today, he knew the details of this deal or cooperation agreement you're saying you had with Officer Holtzclaw, correct?
He knew? Say that again? I'm sorry.
He knew the details of this alleged deal that you had.
He knew what was supposed to do. He knew what he was supposed to do.
Or cooperation agreement that's...
Is that what you're saying?
The way you've explained it at the hospital is you were going to perform these specific sex acts on him, and in 30 days he's going to make all your charges go away. Is that not what you said the cooperation agreement was?
Yes, that's what he was telling me that was going to happen if I did. Yes.
So he knew the details of the deal, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So he then tells you on March 14th or March 4th, you got to call me. I can't talk through Facebook. I don't know your details. He's telling you he doesn't know what's going on with you, does he?
Correct.
Why don't you just fire back at him and say, hey, you know what the deal is. I did all this stuff and with you and in the hospital, or words to that effect. Just anything to clue him in on this deal you're saying that you had with him.
I could have. I mean, I could have told him that, but at this point, I'm feeling like I don't have to say nothing. What more is there to say?
Well,
I see nothing has changed, so, but he know what he did at the hospital.
and he
Sounds like
seems to be,
Jamie Wiggins.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
He
and
know what he did.
he seems to be genuinely concerned because on March the 22nd, he says, hey, I'm going to pick you up. Where you at? He sent that to you, but you weren't anywhere around, were you?
He seemed genuine in the hospital.
Then late March 22nd, Officer Holtzclaw tells you, hey, I'm going to pick you up. Where you at, correct?
Correct.
But you're nowhere to be around at that point in time, are you?
No, I kept giving him the runaround.
And then finally on April the 30th of 2014, this would have been some 5 months later after your initial contact with Officer Holtzclaw at the hospital, he says, Sharday, hey, you got a warrant out for your arrest. Try to get that taken care of. I'm worried about you. I know you're a good person. Stay out of trouble.
Right.
That's the last message that Officer Holtzclaw ever sent to you, correct?
Correct.
Now what happens is, the sequence of events is, you're not anywhere around on these last 3 messages, are you?
No.
You're incarcerated, correct?
Correct.
For not the charges of Officer Holtzclaw had on, but a different deal, right? Or different deal, correct?
Correct.
And what happened is you talked to Detective Gregory. You went in there after seeing it on.
That's all I could scavenge.
I'm sorry.
I don't know how much you like.
Sorry, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. And what happened was is when you talked to Detective Gregory, you went in there after seeing it on Facebook on the news clips that were posted on Facebook, correct?
Correct.
And when you saw that, you knew that individual that was being accused of all these acts was the same officer that took you to the hospital when you were ODing on PCP, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you went and talked to Detective Gregory, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly didn't feel like this was some sort of get-out-of-jail-free card for you, did you?
No.
Now, going back to December the 25th of 2013, when you did bond out of jail, your mother picked you up, right?
Yes.
And your mother's name is LaTanya.
Yes, sir.
And your mother, when she picked you up from jail 5 days after your hospital visit, she still thought you were high.
Yes.
And you actually thought you were still high.
Yes.
From the PCP incident some 5 days earlier, correct?
Yes.
And then what happens is that you not only have a felony conviction in the state of Texas for theft, but you decided to bring that to Oklahoma, correct?
Correct.
Because you have a felony conviction for theft in Grapevine, Texas for felony, correct?
Correct.
And you also did the same thing in Norman, Oklahoma, and you got a felony conviction for that also, correct?
Objection. Asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection to the form of the question.
How many different felonies do you currently have at your age today?
I believe three or four.
3 or 4. And how old are you?
I'm 24.
So you have 3 or 4 felony convictions?
Yes, sir.
Now, in addition to that, you're also currently facing the charges that Officer Holtzclaw arrested you on, correct?
Correct.
And that is possession with intent of PCP. Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And that's also destruction of evidence, correct?
Correct.
And those charges are currently pending.
Correct.
And in addition to that, after talking to Detective Gregory, you went to a civil lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And you filed a lawsuit against Officer Holtzclaw, the Oklahoma City, and you filed a lawsuit against Officer Holtzclaw, the City of Oklahoma City, and the Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And in that lawsuit against Officer Holtzclaw, you asked for in excess of $75,000. I mean, that's the minimum you're asking for, correct?
You say, is that what I asked for?
And the lawsuit that is currently on file here is Oklahoma County against Daniel Holtzclaw, the City of Oklahoma City, and the Oklahoma City Police Department. You're asking for the bare minimum of $75,000 or more, correct?
I don't know what he asked. I don't know.
You stated in that lawsuit against Officer Holtzclaw that you were attacked without provocation by Holtzclaw after he forced you into an empty room in the hospital. Do you recall telling the judge that in the civil case?
I don't recall that.
Objection. May we approach, Your Honor?
May I approach the witness?
Come up to the bench.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't know if he's referencing a pleading, in which case it wouldn't be her words, and it wouldn't be fodder for impeachment of this witness, or if he's referring to a transcript, in which case I'd ask for a copy of it, and for him to furnish the page and number.
Is it her lawsuit?
It is the lawsuit, Your Honor, and it's stated in the lawsuit. It's paragraph 2 that's filed here in Oklahoma County.
But if it's pleading, then she's not really alleging it. It's words from her attorney.
Overruled.
Good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. In your lawsuit you filed here in Oklahoma County against Officer Holtzclaw, the City of Oklahoma City, and the Police Department, you state that you were attacked without provocation by Officer Holtzclaw after he forced you into an empty room in the hospital, correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall making that statement to the court?
I said what again?
Oh my God. You said that you were attacked without provocation.
I was tagged?
After Officer Holtzclaw forced you into an empty room at the hospital, do you recall saying that to the district judge here in this courthouse?
Object to the form of the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I don't recall that.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May approach.
See if this will refresh your memory, Your Honor. If I could, just preliminarily show her that this is the lawsuit.
All right. Show her what it is, and you wanted to try to refresh her recollection.
Read paragraph 5.
9.
Have you had an opportunity to read it? Miss Hill, did you have an opportunity to read paragraph 9 of your lawsuit?
Did I? No. I mean, well, yeah, just now.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
I think she said two things. Did you have an opportunity to read that?
Yeah, that's what I just read.
Yeah, you would agree with me that you retain the services of a lawyer here in Oklahoma City by the name of Phil Watts.
No.
Do you know an individual by the name of Ron Wallace?
Yes.
Is he your lawyer on the current pending felony charges against you?
Yes.
He was in the courtroom earlier this morning. Is he in here right now?
I don't see him.
Okay. Ron Wallace is a criminal lawyer here in Oklahoma City, is he not?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Wallace also refer you over to a lawyer to sue the city and try to get some money?
He didn't refer me to nobody.
Do you know who Phil Watts is?
No.
Have you ever met with Phil Watts?
No.
So you're saying this lawyer under oath has signed this pleading without your knowledge?
I don't.
You keep looking over at the DA's office. Do you need some assistance?
Because I'm kind of confused. I don't know if he did. I signed some papers at his office. Yes, I did, about the case, but I don't know who the other guy is that you're talking about.
You signed some papers at whose office?
At Ron Wallace' office?
Some papers to sue the city of Oklahoma City?
Yes.
Some papers for you to try and get some money out of the city of Oklahoma City?
Yes.
Okay. And in those papers were trying to get money out of the city of Oklahoma City. You stated in there that you were forced into an empty room in the hospital where you were sexually abused. Did you not?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Come on up.
Your Honor, if he's trying to refresh her memory, I think he needs to ask if her memory has been refreshed from what he showed her. If he's trying to impeach her, then he's trying to impeach her with someone else's statement. This Philip, whatever his name is, and it's improper impeachment.
She's the one that's suing. She's the plaintiff in the action.
Well, it's her lawsuit, apparently.
It is.
So?
But it's not her statement to be impeached with.
Well, it's her lawsuit, so overruled.
Yeah, sit the hell down. So you've had an opportunity to testify in this case in front of this jury today, correct? And briefly last Friday, correct?
Correct.
And nowhere in there at no time did you ever allege that Officer Holtzclaw, in fact, I specifically asked you, did he request you to go into this room where you were supposedly sexually assaulted? Do you recall that line of questioning?
I told everyone that I was taken in the I was taken in the room by the nurses, and they left me in there with him.
Okay. That's the reason for my question. Why did you file a lawsuit trying to get money and tell the judge in that civil lawsuit that you were forced into a room at the hospital?
Who did I tell that to?
You told it to the entire world when it was filed. You specifically would have told it to your lawyer who filed this.
Honestly, I haven't even talked to my lawyer really about the case. Oh my
Well,
God. I talked to him once when I went to go talk about it, but this whole deal is not just about that.
did you lie to the lawyer?
No, I didn't lie. Lie to the lawyer.
You told him the truth.
I told him the truth.
Then did you also, in that lawsuit where you sue the city of Oklahoma City trying to get money, did you tell him that Officer Holtzclaw threatened you with further retaliation if you notified anyone about this assault?
He was telling me like that he knew where I stayed and something like that. From what I recall, that that he wasn't basically just saying that, but like he knew where I stayed and stuff. But
With the thousands of documents that we have been presented, you've testified at the preliminary hearing in this matter, correct?
correct,
You've testified here in open court today.
correct.
Can you tell me one time that you ever said Officer Holtzclaw threatened you in any way, shape, or form if you told anyone about this?
You said I told anyone about this? Did I tell anyone about him telling me that he would retaliate? Is that what you saying?
Have you ever testified under oath, testified in any proceeding in the entire world that Officer Holtzclaw threatened you if you told anyone about this?
I can't remember if I told anyone that.
And if you did, that would be a lie.
If I told them that, that would be a lie?
Yes.
I feel like in so many words he said that.
You recall talking to Detective Gregory in this case on more than one occasion, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall in the very last interview that you supposedly gave Detective Gregory that it is videotaped?
Yes.
You recall at the very conclusion of that videotaped interview you raised your hands and you said, is that good evidence? Even if he didn't rape nobody, he's still contacting people
Objection.
on Facebook
May we approach, Your Honor?
that he's arrested.
Come on up.
I object to him just reading in a statement from the report. If he wants to ask her a question and she's testified inconsistent with that, then certainly he can impeach her.
You can ask a leading question. Don't. Need you to move up, Rhonda.
Court says don't read from the... Okay. Do you recall on your videotape statement with Detective Gregory, after the interview appears to be over, that you stand up from the table and you raise your hands and you say, is that good evidence? Even if Officer Holtzclaw didn't rape anyone, he contacts them after he arrests them on Facebook.
I'm so disturbed by everything that's been happening. I probably did say that. I can't remember every single thing. All I remember that I'm telling the truth about is what happened in the hospital. And like I said before, my memory isn't just as fresh as it was when I told the stories at the beginning. The stories.
Yep.
It's been about 2 years now. A lot of stuff been going on in my life since then, but all I remember is what he did do to me.
Okay. Well, you say a lot of stuff in your life has been going on. What has been going on? What has been going on is that you had to report to your probation officer down in the state of Texas, correct?
Objection. Relevance.
Alice probably can't see that.
No, I can't see it. No.
The court said,
It's the witness.
go ahead. Go. Well, Kay answered. She said that's over with. It's the court.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear.
Ron, did you get kicked out?
Can you guys hear me?
Well, yeah.
No,
Yeah, I
yes.
can hear
Yeah.
you, but the document's off the screen and I can't see it.
Yeah, I can't get it to come back up. I don't know why.
I can share mine probably. Maybe.
So strange. I don't know why.
Hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, if you can share it, Jack. I'm so sorry, guys.
It's fine.
I don't know what's
No
going
problem.
on.
God, Rhonda.
I
you
know.
You broke StreamYard.
Oh, let's see. Oh, there it is. Whew. Okay,
Did you
sorry.
get your
So what page?
Oh, you got yours?
1424.
181.
Yeah, it's PDF page 181. And what Susan said too.
Okay.
So I can unshare mine?
Oh, look, yeah. Yeah, I got it
Okay.
now.
Okay. All right. You're on line 5.
Well, maybe that was my. I thought it was
Line
mine.
5. Line 5.
Line 15.
Oh, crap. I'm not scrolling over far enough. Yeah, line 15. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, what a joke. Okay.
Hang
You
on.
good? Okay.
Come up.
Judge, I don't understand how whether she has to report to her probation officer or not report to her probation officer is relevant. And I think it comes kind of close to the ruling that this court has already made about him not going into the details of her probation.
Judge, if the court will recall, she talks about a period of time that she was in prison. That's what I'm getting into. I'm getting ready to clarify about her being in prison and and over that period of time is when those last Facebook messages were sent.
Counsel's already made that point, Your Honor. In fact, he directly asked her.
Well, this is a time where she's in prison on a conviction for a felony.
Yes.
And that's what you want to ask
Yes.
her, whether that's what she meant when she said a lot was going on.
She said a lot was going on, and I'm going to show it was going on because she didn't respond to messages because she said earlier on direct she was in prison. And this is from the time she was in prison.
I'll let you ask her if that's what she was in prison on, a conviction, but not about reporting on a probation officer.
Okay, I won't do that. We looked at the exhibits here over the last 2 or 3 messages that also Officer Holtzclaw sent to you on Facebook. You didn't respond to, correct?
I'm sorry. Say that again, please.
The last several messages that Officer Holtzclaw sent to you on Facebook, you did not respond to, correct? I'm showing again
Correct.
Exhibit 121.
Correct.
And it wasn't because you were ignoring him. It's because you were in prison for a felony offense in the state of Texas, correct?
On that part, correct. But back into the messages when he kept sending question marks and repeating himself, I wasn't responding to every single message that he was sending me. But when I was replying, it was on a strength of me thinking like maybe something still could happen far as him helping me. But I feel like he kept coming to me, asking me these questions to make like he was still the cool person that he portrayed to be.
We're talking about these 3 messages here that aren't responded to. The last 3, correct?
Right. Correct. I was in prison.
You're in prison in the state of Texas, correct?
Correct.
And at any time while you're in prison in the state of Texas, you still had this charge pending up here regarding your possession with intent of PCP and destruction of evidence, correct?
Correct.
And that was, you knew that was hanging out there.
Correct.
And during that period of time that you were in prison in the state of Texas, you would agree with me that you never sent a letter or contacted any human being in the world and said, get a hold of Holtzclaw and make this stuff in Oklahoma go away. You never did that, did you?
No, because before I even went, I knew that he wasn't doing anything, so I wasn't worried about that.
Which is my point. You were within 30 days of December 20th of 2013. Within 30 days, you knew that this alleged cooperation or this alleged deal that you had with Officer Holtzclaw was going nowhere, didn't you?
Well, I knew that he said 30 days, but I'm thinking I didn't have a court date within them 30 days, so I'm just getting the time to maybe kind of play out a little bit and thinking like maybe he's going to make something happen some type of way.
Okay. What happens is whenever you show up for the interview with Detective Gregory, you had actually taken screenshots of your Facebook, correct?
With him, yes.
Yes, you had taken your phone. You had one of these smartphones, and you could actually take a screenshot. and you had your Facebook where you had a screenshot these messages that we're looking at, correct?
Correct.
But you want this jury to believe, in addition to these messages that Officer Holtzclaw was also text messaging you on your private cell phone, correct?
Yes, everyone knows that.
Everybody knows that, but we don't have any records to that effect, do we?
If y'all could have pulled them up on them numbers, I'm sure y'all could have found them.
Did Detective Gregory ever ask you, hey, did you ever screenshot any of these incriminating messages that supposedly Daniel Holtzclaw sent to you?
I probably wasn't thinking at that moment to screenshot them.
Well, you were thinking enough to screenshot this.
Because that was saved. That was saved in the computer, like it wasn't deleted. I had to go back and find it for him.
If your version of events is true and you had this vile agreement with the member of the Oklahoma City Police Department to make your charges go away if they did sexual things with you while you were at the hospital, if that is in fact true, you didn't think it would be important to sit there and take a screenshot of some stuff that maybe Daniel Holtzclaw sent to you on your text message?
It would have been the smart thing to do, but I just didn't do it. Sometimes I don't think like I'm supposed to do at the moment. I think afterwards, like, dang, I should have. And I should have.
Okay. Is there any independent thing we can look at in the world that's going to show us that Officer Holtzclaw sent you anything in regards to this cooperation of this deal that you say you had with him?
He didn't send me anything.
Did you send him anything that would have evidenced this deal?
He didn't want to talk about it, so we did talk about it. It had to be on the phone. He knew what he was doing to not let anything be shown that could prove, because he know he's wrong.
You know, under your version of events of what you're saying occurred, it's not only extremely unethical for a police officer, but it would have been extremely illegal, correct?
On his behalf?
What you're telling this jury, Officer Holtzclaw engaged with you would not only been unbelievably unethical for a uniformed patrol officer to agree to do any of these things with you, but it would be highly, highly illegal. You understand that, correct?
No, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Do you think it's okay for a member of our police force
No.
to enter into...
Hang on, ma'am.
agreements with people in the community to not charge them with a crime or make their cases go away if they do sexual favors for them?
Do I think that's okay?
Yes.
No, it's not the right thing to do.
Would you agree with me that it is highly illegal? He would go to prison for that?
Yes, it's the wrong thing to do.
Had you never thought at one time, with all the experience that you have, I'm going to capture this alleged incriminating text message from Daniel Holtzclaw to me for my future safety and freedom?
Well, because I wasn't saving it thinking like, "Oh, I'm going to get him in trouble or I'm going to do this." I'm really thinking he was going to help me like he said he was.
But he never did help you, did he?
No, he didn't. That's why I stopped texting him through text message. Wasn't just going to be rude and just be like, stop texting. I'm thinking maybe in the future, some way, somehow, he's going to get it worked out for me.
So
So I didn't say why you haven't did this or whatever. Like I wasn't thinking like I should have to be trying to get everything and proof, and I'm worried about him doing this like he said he was going to do.
you're worried about him doing stuff, and he said he was gonna do, which he never does any of it, right?
No, he doesn't, and that's why I just gave up on everything.
And that's why you want the jury to believe is that he just never did anything he said he was gonna do.
I'm here to tell the truth to everyone.
Let me finish my question. I'm gonna let you finish your answer. You weren't trying to suck him into your world, were you?
He was trying to suck me into his world.
He's not the one that told you he's a schoolboy, is he?
No, but he trying to get me to believe he was my friend and that he was telling me the right thing.
And he went as far as to try to contact you and see how you were doing later, didn't he?
Yeah, to keep trying to play this role.
And he was trying to tell you, even at times, you had warrants out, and you'd better be a good girl, and you'd better take care of it.
He didn't care about that.
That's what he wrote in the text message, whether you believed he cared about it or not. That is what is written. That is what his written words say, is it not?
It is.
Pass the witness.
All right. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Hill, Mr. Adams asked you several questions about your civil lawsuit. Do you remember him asking you questions about that?
Yes, ma'am.
He showed you a binder with a piece of paper in it, and you had an opportunity to read that?
Correct.
Were those words that you wrote down?
I didn't write those down.
Who wrote those, do you know?
No.
As part of your civil suit, have you trusted the attorney that you've hired to do certain things in that suit?
Adams. Judge, I object to the form.
Sorry, I'm
Overruled.
muted.
Oh,
I
sorry.
apologize.
That's okay.
Okay.
17.
It's leading.
Overruled.
I think that's probably me, huh?
Yeah, I think that's you.
Have you trusted your attorney in that civil lawsuit to do certain things for you?
Yes.
Is that what you hired him for?
Right?
And you expect them to file things in court and do what they need to do.
Correct.
Judge, again, I would object to the form of the question. Again, I think that's you.
Oh, I didn't
Overruled.
hear no, it's sustained.
Oh, it's sustained. Sorry.
Ah,
The $75,000 term that Mr. Adams asked you about, do you remember that question?
Yes.
Is that a figure that you ever heard before?
No.
Do you know who came up with that number?
No.
Could it have been your attorney?
Your Honor, again, object to the form.
It could have been.
Overruled.
What did you say, ma'am?
It could have been.
Do you know or have any idea?
Like if he done that?
Uh-huh.
I have no idea like what he done. Like the only thing that I know of is that I talked to him about it, and none of those names that I've only talked to him. I've only seen him one time about that. I really haven't even been up on it like I should be, trying to ask him questions about the situation.
And Mr. Adams asked you if you told the judge that Mr. Holtzclaw forced you into an empty room. Do you remember that question?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever testified before a judge in your civil suit like you have in this courtroom here today?
Judge, object to the form.
Overruled.
Have I testified?
In your civil lawsuit?
No. No, sir. I mean, no, ma'am.
Have you ever directly told a judge anything? You telling them anything in your civil lawsuit?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell your civil attorney that Mr. Holtzclaw forced you into an empty room?
I don't recall me telling him that he forced me.
Did you tell your mother, LaTanya James, right?
Right?
Did you tell your mother, LaTanya James, before or after you saw the news story about what happened in the hospital room?
Did I tell her before?
Before or after you saw Mr. Holtzclaw in the news about what happened in the hospital room?
I told her the day I got out.
So on Christmas Day?
Yes, ma'am.
What about your sister? Did you tell her before or after you saw him on the news?
I told everybody.
Well, listen to my question.
Before the news clipping. I didn't see the news clipping until way in July when I had got out from Dallas.
Of 2014?
Correct.
So did you tell your sister on Christmas Day as well about what had happened in the hospital room?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, object to the form. It's leading.
Overruled.
Hold on for just 1 second, please. I know we're trying to get through this and it's been a long time, but it's important to kind of go back. I'm going to just scroll back a little bit. She says, before the news clipping, I didn't see the news clipping until way in July when
That's
I
right.
got out from Dallas. He hadn't even been arrested yet. Daniel's name or his picture were not even in the news at that point. I just wanted to say that. Oh, carry on.
Did you tell your mom and sister? Is that where we are?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell your mom and sister about what happened whenever Mr. Holtzclaw came to your mom's house before or after you filed that civil suit and talked to Detective Gregory and saw it on the news?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Mr. Adams.
It was before or after.
It was before or after, yeah. Both. Mr. Adams asked you some questions about why you didn't take screenshots of text messages. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
The exhibits that are on the projector that Mr. Adams has been showing you, did you change phone numbers throughout those Facebook messages a couple times?
Yes.
Is that because you kept those phones or you got rid of those phone numbers?
I Either something happened to the phone to where I end up having to get a new phone. So they would just like all over the place.
Okay.
End up having to get a new number.
And I'm showing you, Ms. Hill, what's marked as States Exhibit 19. And on this message that I'm pointing to right here, did you identify a phone number for Mr. Holtzclaw?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have that phone still whenever you spoke with Detective Gregory in September 2014?
I can't remember which phone I had when I came to talk to him because I believe when I talked to him it was September.
And let me show you another thing. So maybe it'll help. I'm showing you States Exhibit 117 and pointing here where you identified a number as 4316539 that you gave Mr. Holtzclaw. Did you have that phone whenever you went to speak to Detective Gregory about Mr. Holtzclaw?
I could have had that number.
Do you keep your text messages for 9 months at a time?
No, I broke phones and did everything else in between time.
However, are messages maintained on Facebook potentially forever?
Right.
Regardless of what you do or what phone you have and don't have?
Right?
Before lunch, Mr. Adams asked if you had any deals or agreements with me or Mr. Gigger about any of your cases. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I remember.
Has any member of law enforcement besides Mr. Holtzclaw ever tried to make an agreement with you on a case?
No.
Because that would be unbelievably unethical to do,
Right.
in Mr. Adams' words.
Right.
Judge, I object to the form of the question.
Sustained.
And do you see Mr. Holtzclaw in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you tell me where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He's sitting to the left of me with a black and turquoise, maybe shirt with tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant.
All right. Record will so reflect.
May I have a brief moment?
Yes.
Hadn't he already been identified? I know he had. Why is she doing it again?
I don't recall.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that happened on direct.
I
Anyway.
think so too.
And Ms. Hill, whenever Mr. Holtzclaw
This is
wanted
good
to talk
evidence.
about what happened? Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
I think Alice got eaten by a vacuum cleaner.
Something. And Ms. Hill, whenever Mr. Holtzclaw wanted to talk about meeting up with you or anything sexual with you, what medium would he use to do that?
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry?
Would he do that on a phone call?
He would do that on the phone, or he never did none of that on Facebook, but he would do it. That's why he always wanted me to call him.
What about your court case? Did he ever talk specifically about what was going on with your court case or what he agreed to do for you on Facebook?
He had told me one time that the DAs would call him and contact him and he would go, and he wouldn't go. But he
Did he tell you that on Facebook?
told me that on the phone, or yeah, on the phone or something like that. He didn't do it on Facebook, but we had that conversation. I think that was the conversation really because I kept asking him in the back of the police car.
So whenever he would talk to you specifics about your court case, it would also be on a phone call, not on Facebook.
Right.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
All right. Particularly on the things not brought up before, Mr. Adams?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Hill, in regards to this civil lawyer that you've hired to sue the city of Oklahoma City, the police department, and Holtzclaw, do you recall those questions by Ms. McConnell just a second ago? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
And you recall her talk about the lawsuit that you filed and the statements that were made therein.
Right.
Would you agree with me that the only place that your lawyer could have received that information is directly from you?
Correct.
So are you, and we know that that's in your lawsuit. You've seen it. I showed it to you, correct?
Yes.
So are you saying that you did or did not tell your lawyer that you were forced into a room at the hospital?
I don't know if he misheard me or maybe was in a rush and trying to get through the story, write it down wrong. But if I'd have told my lawyer that, I would have told the DAs that. And I told him everything that I told the DAs, just how it went. He didn't force me nowhere. I was on the bed from the time after they got me out the shower, I was in a bed and they transferred me to another room in a bed. So I didn't have a choice but to be in the room with him.
Okay. You just stated that you didn't screenshot any of these alleged text messages back and forth between you and Mr. Holtzclaw, correct?
Right. And
Can you agree with me that during the time of this investigation, you have had numerous telephone numbers, correct?
Correct.
I like you and everyone else in this room. I like you and everyone else in this room have lost or destroyed cell phones, okay?
Yeah.
Why do you keep changing your phone number?
I'm bad with phones. And it's not that I'm trying to hide from someone.
Oh, okay.
I try to keep a stable number, but I'm hard on phones. I just have to change to another phone. Sometimes I have different phone but the same number, so the stuff that's stored in one phone is not going to go to the new phone even if I have the same number or not.
My question is very simple. That's right, it's not true. My question is very simple.
Why do I keep changing?
Why do you keep changing phone numbers?
Because there's an accident with my phone.
Well, why don't you retain the same phone number like everyone else?
Because I'm not like everybody else.
No doubt. No. Now, in regards to the, you're saying that any of this nefarious activity that supposedly Officer Holtzclaw had with you was on the telephone, correct?
Correct.
And he would call you up and would talk about the sexual things you guys are going to do, correct?
Correct. Right.
Can you tell me why in the thousands and thousands of pages of documents I received from the government, in this case, I cannot find one single phone call to your phone numbers except 2 5-second phone calls?
I don't know, because most of them was that was how many times we talked on the phone, was 2. The rest of them was text messages.
So in the
screenshot.
So in the 5 seconds you're telling me that you had these sexual interaction phone conversations with Officer Holtzclaw.
He was telling me like to come to his house and stuff like that. Like I don't know what to tell you besides that's what happened. He was texting me and we only talked on the phone probably 2 times, but I wasn't thinking like to screenshot the shots at the moment of the text messages. I wish I had. just so you could believe me.
So it's your testimony here today that in the thousands of documents we received, the only 2 phone calls we have are 5 seconds apiece that you and Officer Holtzclaw talked about hooking up and doing sexual things.
It was mainly text messages.
So it did appear on text messages.
Yes, I mean, when he was telling me to come over, and for one, his intentions this whole time is to get sex out of me.
Just crap. Now she's changed her fucking story again.
Yep.
Sorry, Alice, go ahead.
It seems like she changes her story more than she changes her own fucking knickers.
Yep.
Christ's sake. Oh, all right. Just ask another question.
Very simple question. It's your testimony under oath here today that Officer Holtzclaw invited you to his residence on more than one occasion.
Yes.
I want you to tell the jury Officer Holtzclaw's address.
I'm not sure if he gave me the address, but I think he told me it's in Edmond or close to Edmond, that way.
This
How are you
stuff is
supposed-
going to be good, you guys. So this is good stuff.
How are you supposed to go to his house if you do not have...
Because he...
Let me finish my question. I promise I'll let you finish your answer. How are you supposed to go to his house if you don't have his address?
Because he was going to tell me over the phone when I got ready, but I didn't ever want to go to his house, so I never asked him for his address. Probably asked him, like, where do we stay? And he wouldn't give me his address because he's smart enough to not send it in a text message.
So he invited you over to his house. However, he refused to tell you where he lived. Is that what you're telling this jury?
He told me that it's close to Edmond or near Edmond or somewhere. If you know where he lived, then you know what I'm talking about.
What the fuck? So you're telling this jury that what he wanted you to do was circle the city limits of Edmond until you figured out where he lived.
Because by the time if I'd have been like, okay.
That's not my question, Miss Hill. It's very simple. Are you telling this jury he invited you over, he wouldn't give you his address, so what you thought you were supposed to do is circle the city limits of Edmond until you somehow located where he lived?
I wasn't worried about where he lived.
Objection. Argumentative.
Overruled.
I wasn't trying to go to his address.
Did you so much as take a screenshot of him inviting you over to his residence?
No, I didn't.
Is there anything in the entire world that we can look at to verify your statement that he ever invited you over to his residence?
I don't know how y'all do it, but if y'all looked in one of those numbers that I gave y'all to see it, pull up a text message, they would have come about, because I didn't just make that up.
Which number can I subpoena today that is going to have that information? Give me the number.
It's one of those numbers. I mean, it's been 2 years. I don't see why you would think that I would know exactly which number when I'm always switching numbers. I didn't keep up with stuff.
Which begs the question, are you always switching your numbers because of your occupation as a drug dealer?
No.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Pass the witness.
All right. Last word, state.
No, Your Honor.
Thank God.
That's it.
Holy shit. Pardon my French.
Yeah.
That was a trip, man. God.
Well, I can see why they didn't convict him on her.
Yeah. How could they?
I just don't understand why Giger put her up there. I just don't, and not run her out on a rail. He had to have detected some of this, her Can I term this as a pathological liar?
Sure. Well, it's like Kay said. Kay, what did you say about why they had to put her on?
What did I say?
Because her Facebook story was going to make him look really, really
Oh, yeah.
dirty.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, that's what people who don't know anything about this case, when they hear that he friended someone on Facebook and sent him messages and went to their house, then he's instantly guilty of all 13 accusers just based on that one thing. Because that doesn't sound good. I remember the first time I heard about the Facebook messages, I was dying to see what they said because, I mean, it just didn't sound good why he would do that.
Right.
I mean,
I
I didn't
disagree.
know how many hours he had spent in a hospital room talking to her while she was coming off a PCP. I didn't know any of those facts, and most people that learn about this case don't know either initially. So, yeah, I think definitely. I think Giger, he gets off on stuff like this. Listen to his little stories he tells when he presents the case of Daniel Holtzclaw to all these different organizations he goes and talks to. He pulls out the inflammatory things and embellishes them.
And then twists the other things. I mean, nothing that he says. Anyway, that's all. Giger's a whole other subject, but I felt like I don't know. You guys know that I feel like Scott Adams did a really great job in this cross. Compared to what we've seen so far. So I'm just curious if anybody else kind of has, anybody else pleased with the way he handled her?
I think I did great.
I think you did great too. Yes, I think you did really good. You read it really well too.
I mean, for Scott Adams, I have to agree because I've read pretty much everything that's been presented so far. If he would have done this with every witness, I think the case might have turned out a little bit different. He was really aggressive with her in his research, and he pinned her up so badly. I mean, she's changing her story, right? Even right here at the end of the testimony, she changed her fucking story again.
Again, yeah.
So, yeah, I think he did a great job.
Yeah. I think so, too. I mean, and he could have impeached her even more every time he caught her in a lie during his cross-examination.
He could have
impeached her over and over and over again. But I don't feel like it was really necessary, honestly.
No.
I think he impeached her when in the right places. I can't think of anything that he didn't, question her about that. I don't feel like anything got left. Like he didn't talk about a certain thing. I feel like he got all the main points, and he made her let herself look ridiculous. Sheree, what were you going to say?
I just wondered how close this was to the beginning or the end or the middle of the whole trial.
Day 8, I think.
Okay.
Day 6.
Okay, did you say day 6?
Day 6.
Okay, well, I thought was thinking maybe it was later on and he was finally getting into the groove or whatever, but it's kind of early.
No, I think he really put more energy into preparing for this because he felt like he had to.
Yeah, I agree.
If he didn't,
Facebook and
if he didn't show the jury what this really was,
right,
and have them on board, then all else would have been lost. I think he felt. I mean, I'm guessing that.
I think you're right.
And it's really difficult to prepare like he did for this for 12 other people and keep it all straight. You know, who does 13 trials at once? Who does that?
Right.
Yeah, no kidding.
Good
Nobody.
point.
I mean, did Scott Adams take, I mean, not Scott Adams, did Robert, what was his name? Gray? Was
Robert
that
Gray.
Robert
Yeah.
Gray? Did he
Yeah.
handle any of the accusers just on his own?
I don't think so.
I don't
Cherie?
think so either. I
Yeah, I
don't
don't think so.
either. It seems like he might have done, a little bit of questioning at one point, but I can't remember who or anything.
On one of the accusers' witnesses or something, I think possibly, but he didn't.
Okay.
He didn't touch any of the accusers at all.
I mean, you've got Bates doing the bulk of the work with the investigations and trying to put everything together and interview Daniel and trying to organize the case just as a private investigator, and then Adams has to learn the case and figure out how he's gonna what his
present it.
strategy's gonna be, which, I mean, that was a tone deaf strategy for that time period.
Right.
To just call them prostitutes and liars and drug addicts.
Yeah. That was bad.
And especially since it was, I mean, whoever the person was trying to be obnoxious in the chat, it's not exactly true that they were all black, because Copeland wasn't black. Derek is half white, half black.
Oh, I missed that. It must have been in Just Rhonda's chat.
Wait, what?
I'm not sure. The guy that was.
Oh, Jason Campbell. Yeah. Yeah. And I was fine with everything, but I see red when somebody starts pulling the racism card.
Dang, girl, you were flaming.
I was pissed when I saw the racist thing. I was like, fuck you, motherfucker. Shut up.
Oh my gosh, you can't handle things like that.
Kay's like, let's just take this back. And I'm like, Rah! I was angry. I don't like it when people that try to make this all about race are the ones, in my opinion, who are the racist people. And it really offends me, because not that it doesn't offend all of you guys and other people that, I know, love and respect. I know it does, but it even more so inflames me because my brother's black. You can't call people racist. You don't know their life. Anyway, yeah. So he only made those few comments, and then after Kay so eloquently brought everything back down to a normal level, he never said anything else. So, but yeah. So I just want to say too, and I'll be really excited to a day, if we ever get a day that we can share more of deposition stuff. But I read through her entire deposition today, and wow, just wow. So when that day comes, that's you guys will be mind blown again, if there's any mind left to blow, because it was pretty crazy. Yeah, the racist stuff under your scars is the stuff that really inflames me, and especially when non-believers, or guilters, I guess we call them, want to say that, if they weren't all black women, or because they're all black women, you have to side with him. No, you don't know me. Shut up. Anyway, I felt really good about this. As long as it was going to take to get through this cross-examination, it felt like it was really important. And there were some, some slow parts or whatever, but I thought he did a great job. And, I think her obvious lies and her inability to make, form complete thoughts a lot of the time. And again, like Jack has mentioned so many times, the fact that she couldn't just give a yes or no or a one sentence response was overwhelmingly strong. She could not do it. She had to embellish and make the story bigger and bigger and bigger. And the more she did that, the more I just felt like, you're just making it worse for yourself. So
And
Absolutely.
what was on her civil lawsuit, she had to have told the attorney that. He's not
That's
going
right.
to make that up.
No way.
of course.
She couldn't remember her story.
She couldn't even remember. She couldn't even remember talking to him. Well, I talked to him, but and then I talked to him. He must have got it down because we were kind of in a rush.
No, I've never met him, but yeah, I talked to him once.
But I did meet him once. And I was thinking, any attorney that's not giving you their full undivided attention, which I don't believe was happening, or is so rushed. Okay, all right, I know you're trying to tell me all the details, but we got to hurry up and get through this. No, that isn't how that works.
No.
I know that. We all know that that's not how it works. Cherie, when you're meeting with a new client, even though you've got 1,000 things on your plate that day, do you rush your new client through what they're trying to explain to you?
No.
Of course not. I mean,
full and undivided attention.
Yeah.
Hey, Rhonda.
Great.
Yes.
I have to run, so I'm going to say good night, everybody.
That's okay. Yeah, we're going to wrap it up. So thank you so much, Susan. I know it was a long night.
You
thank
bet.
you very much.
No problem.
All right.
You bet.
Good night.
Good night, Susan.
Night, Susan. I'm just going to play this video really quick, just a couple seconds. You guys are all familiar with it. It's a clip that I made because I'm going to try to make a short out of it, but God help me, I cannot figure out how to make shorts. So here's something that I want to play, just because I think it fits in very nicely here, or at the end of this testimony.
This is good evidence.
Well, you tell me.
I think so, because I mean, y'all, even if he didn't even rape nobody or nothing, he's been in contact with people that he arrested.
God Almighty.
Yeah. So
And Rhonda, you need to do shorts with your phone.
I know, but all of my stuff isn't. I don't have anything on my phone.
Right.
So
That's what.
I guess
That's what. You have to convert and redo. I looked into it as well, and because I wanted to make some for us, and I mean you can do it. There are conversions, but stuff gets clipped on the side. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, I've tried. I can't do it, and because I don't have any files on my phone like most people do. So that's just something I don't know. I'll have to. I
don't either. So don't feel bad.
All right. Well, Kay, what did you think? I know we didn't get to talk about it. Cherie put some information in the private chat about the in-camera hearing. I think oh, my Catnip is here. I want you to do it all for me, Catnip. Can't you just do it all? Just do all my shorts. She's great at it. I know. I will reach out, of course. So I don't know. Do you guys? That was a whopper, and it was very long. Do you think we're fine to just go ahead and wait for another week until next Thursday? So 9 days instead of 7, or should we try to get back on schedule this week on Thursday?
Well, don't know about you, but my ears and my voice needs a rest after reading all that bullshit.
Yeah. Well, I think we can wait until Thursday because we did get through the hardest part, or the most lengthy part. So we will come back not this Thursday, but next Thursday. I was saying this Thursday because I thought at that point, Rocky Gregory was going to testify, but for some really weird reason, he doesn't testify in this case. Well, because I think he knows he can't get past the lies.
So this is the end of Shardayreon?
Well, no, because we're gonna on next Thursday we're gonna read the witness statements, the witness testimony, because I feel
okay.
like they're important. Then they're not as long, I don't think. So her mom and I think 2 staff from the hospital. So, but
What if
But
we
that
just
will-
did something short on Thursday?
we can do that. Absolutely, we can do something completely unrelated to the trial itself if we want to.
No, I mean, like, is there one
Maybe something
section
from maybe
that's
maybe
really
something from
short?
yeah. Maybe I'm sorry, just maybe something from Bates. What does he say about Shardayreon Hill?
Well, we
This
played
is
most of that.
okay. Just want to make sure.
Oh,
But
I
we could
just
do
meant
the-
like reading testimony from one of the shorter witnesses
Okay, we can do that.
in her case.
Sure,
I mean,
Yeah,
it's up to
we can
you
do that.
guys. I don't.
I'm
No,
fine with it.
I kind of want to do something Thursday, even though it's in 2 days, because I do want to get back on the Thursday track. So I think, we can, and if people can help read, that's great. I know Cherie's usually more available on Thursdays.
Yeah,
So, Alice can take a night off from being the court, and we'll figure it out. We'll plan somebody's testimony for Thursday this week in 2 days. So
Works for me. Whatever you need to do.
okay, all right. Everybody's tired, I know, and hungry. So I will just let everybody say goodbye real quick, or unless you have something bigger to say. Kay, do you want to say a comment?
I can't really think. Well, Daniel's birthday's coming up, so people could send him an email.
Yes.
Is it right, Daniel Holtzclaw at gmail.com?
I believe so. I know Kat has those all
haven't.
saved in a pin for me somewhere in our chat. So wait, what is happening?
I haven't used that email yet.
Yeah, I haven't used that one either.
He just got his first group of emails today from that.
Oh, okay. Oh, from this new address?
Yeah,
Okay,
he just received them at the prison today.
Oh, wow. Okay.
so is that the way to write now instead of?
Yeah, that's the way they got rid of the.
Okay.
They got rid of the post office box, so they're just printing them off and then sending them.
Okay. So Kat has put the new address, the new email address. That's the whole address, right? DanielHoltzclaw@gmail.com.
Yeah.
His birthday's coming up on December 10th. That's a bad, much as that should be, even where he is, a good day, that's a horrible day for him. That was the day that he was also convicted. So it's a shitty day. So I think he needs all the love we can give him.
He doesn't really even think about his birthday. If no one wrote to him and wished him a happy birthday or whatever, I never wish him a happy birthday, but
well, I don't wish him a happy or a merry anything because I feel horrible. I just acknowledge, an extra acknowledgement at that time for. Anyway, so that's the address to get a hold of, to write to Daniel. Right,
and
Daniel Holtzclaw.
If people want to send cards, you can always scan the card in and attach it.
Yep. Pictures.
Pictures, yeah. Yeah, he loves to hear where people are vacationing or see cool things from your area.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. I'm going to send him a picture of our snow on Thanksgiving or the day after Thanksgiving. So,
yeah. Anyway, that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you, Kay. Jack, what you got?
Well, just sipping on some Pepto and taking the appropriate antacids from her awful testimony. God, is awful. But I'm glad we got through it. It was really interesting. Yeah, and I think I think Adams did a really good job.
Yeah, I thought, and you guys did a great job reading.
Other than that, I've got 2 BLTs with pepper jack cheese and I think some pasta waiting for me. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll get through the goodbyes as quickly as we can, or you
There
can
we go.
leave if you need to as well.
I'll wait. I'll wait till we're done. You're fine.
Okay. Cherie, what have you got? You have loved to hear from you.
I agree it was interesting, and I have to go back and listen to the beginning, but I have never been through all of it, so thank you for reading that, folks, and see you all on Thursday.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. Thank you. Alice, I don't have a clue how you feel. I couldn't even begin to guess.
Oh my word, man. That was like nails on the chalkboard. You know, it's just ridiculous that she even thought that she could get up there and she could do all that and change her story that many times. Oh my God. It's like ridiculous, you know. But great podcast as always. Thanks to everyone who's in chat, whether it's on Rhonda's channel or Foul Play. Thank you so much for joining us. The more we can spread the word about Daniel's case, the better, because it's about time. He deserves it. He needs to get the recognition for being an innocent man in jail for something that he didn't do. And I feel very strongly about that. So if it means I have to come on and read bullshit trash like that to let people see that it's bullshit trash, then that is what I'll do. Because the best thing that we can do is spread the word and get Daniel out of that place that he's in, because he does not deserve to be there. And I believe that wholeheartedly. Yeah, I think it's horrible that he was convicted on his birthday as well. I mean, that's supposed to be a good day to celebrate your life and everything like that, and he's got a reminder of that every day that he's bloody in that place, you know what I mean? So anything we can do, we will do, and as many podcasts as we can do, we will do. So thank you for having me, Rhonda, and I look forward to seeing what we've got next.
Thank you very much, Alice. And again, thank you, Jack Kay, Alice, and Susan for doing all that reading. It was a long run, and Cherie for doing that research on the in-camera hearing. Appreciate that.
Hey, I do have one thing to add. I have one thing to add. Sorry, we talked about Farak releasing an updated book of the Wrecking Crew. So just after we got done reading, I put, because I looked on Audible and it's not available, and so I posed a question to his link on Twitter or X, whatever. Is this going to be available on Audible at some point? And he wrote back and he said, "Good question. I'm trying to get an answer on that. Might not know until tomorrow. Hang tight."
Oh, well, how cool.
Yep.
Excuse me. That's pretty awesome. Good job, Jack. Thank you. Okay. So that's where we're going to leave it tonight. And like I said, we'll have something much, much shorter for you on Thursday in 2 days, 5 p.m. Central. And until then, peace out.
Good night.